it just opened up. Yeah, so nothing golf-wise other than a couple of practice shots was delayed. What would you like to officially call it? Okay. Okay. I like that. Okay. All right, so to update you where we are, the PGA of America just said we can put Dave Fleming in the booth. His wife is not that important. Yeah. So we have been told Dave Fleming's in position, which means play golf.
Just go out where we walked in? Yep. Out the front door? All right.
How many smoky card games have gone on in this room? And probably who knows what else. That'll work. We'll just.
Yeah, this is what you guys do. This is what we do every week.
Wow. Sorry for your loss. Look at it. It looks perfect out. Nary a wind. That pond is still. Look at that. There's a shot from our production meeting the other night. Guess we'll find out together if we see programming or not. We'll just use our pilot and air traffic control to get us to where we need to be. And good morning from Quail Hollow Golf Club in Charlotte, North Carolina, as we've embarked on the weekend of the 107th PGA Championship. You're taking a look at Rory McIlroy, who's on the practice range this morning. He'll go off with Xander Schauffele here on ESPN+. A little bit of drama from McIlroy at the end of his second round just to get here over the weekend, but he is out there, so are the other players. So we'll get started bright and early to begin the third round of the PGA Championship. 74 players made it to the weekend. A brief storm system and weather system moved through the area. Players got out there about 5 minutes or so ago to resume their warm-ups. As you take a look at the radar. All right, so that's, look, you see the circle around that 8-mile radius. There is a rule that states that within 8 miles of a lightning radius, you have to clear the course and put the course under a weather delay. So right now the radar moving through. It's about the electricity, not the rain. Of course, we've had rain since Friday here, some 4 inches in and around the course. But at least for now, all we know for now is that the players are out there getting ready to play their third round. Xander Schauffele, Rory McIlroy, that's the star of the weekend. Sam Burns, he'll be first to go out. He actually birdied the 16th yesterday. He was at 2 over, birdied the 16th and moved to 1 over, and then played par golf on his way in, teeing off in 14 minutes. The good news is this. There was a bit of a brief weather suspension because of a storm cell that we thought was going to move through. However, it didn't delay anything in terms of the starting times for these first players to go off, which you will see exclusively here on ESPN+. So here's where we stand. Everything as of now is on time. We do know there is weather north of here, but for now, it does not impact what we are doing here at Quail Hollow Golf Club. With that, welcome in Jeff Ogilvy and Matt Barry. We're in the tidy confines of our rain room here. And Jeff, Saturday of a major championship, you're so fickle in terms of your schedule and getting out to prepare. Real quickly, the weather delay, what this might do for preparation, even though it didn't affect the starting times.
Well, I mean, these guys are used to this. At the moment, it's no delay, but there was a little interruption to the warm-up, so it's a little frustrating sometimes. You've been in the gym, you've started hitting balls, you get called back into the locker room, and then you go back out. But these guys are used to it. Until the delay gets really long, they'll all be fine.
And so, again, it happened at around 7:31. They put it out there for about 16 minutes and let the players come back out there. And as far as the forecast is concerned, I mean, we've seen anything between 30% chance, 50% chance, 8 to 10 a.m. Those are the chances of thunderstorms. But then you go from 10 a.m. through 6 p.m., partly sunny and sunny. So in terms of a big picture conversation of not getting this round in, based on what we're seeing on the forecast, I don't know that that's what we're dealing with.
Yeah, it looks pretty good. I mean, unless they can probably lose 2 hours and still finish today, maybe. They don't want to lose too much time, but it looks like a pretty good afternoon. So if they can sort of dodge this weather a little bit, get off without too much of a delay, they'll get done today and we'll have a normal Sunday.
And a normal Sunday is all we want. We just want to finish these tournament on times. Like all due respect to a playoff on a Monday, we want to leave Sunday when the golf is scheduled to be over. Our Jeff Darlington is situated on the driving range now as the players are out there getting ready for their opening rounds this morning. And Jeff, weather briefly, not too big of a concern as the players are out there getting ready to tee off.
Right, it was only about 22 minutes between the two sirens going off. I was actually out on the putting green when Xander Schauffele showed up. He was the first one out there. He literally put his first ball down to start putting. The siren went off. He went back inside, a little bit of a laugh. Definitely did not seem bothered by it. He actually would have preferred for the weather to have blown through before he tees off anyway. So again, he said the mud balls were not really a big issue yesterday, had a few, but not enough to really impact the game. And quite frankly, while we're dealing with a weather situation so far, no rain at all this morning.
Arlington, candidly, that was the story early part of the week and really the first round on Thursday with the mud balls. But we've had beautiful weather the first couple of days of this tournament. As for the golf, you see McIlroy tees off there in 20 minutes with Xander. It'll be the third consecutive day those two have played together, so what a treat for us early this morning, albeit those two probably didn't want to be teeing off at early 8 a.m. on a Saturday at a major. But Rory did what he had to do to make the weekend. He's 9 shots off Johnny Vegas's lead. If you're Rory, you're +1, you're going out early. What's your mindset?
Look, he's hoping to just get off to a really good start. He got off to a great start yesterday, played great on the front 9, sort of let it go a little bit late, but do the same thing again today. If he can go out 3, 4, 5 under par, he's going to get a little bit more excited and get bouncing down the fairways, and he's going to think he's a chance. He's shot some really low rounds around this course before, but both him and Xander need to go low this morning, get themselves in the mix and get feeling it.
Yeah, as for Xander, when you look at that super group we had with Xander, Rory McIlroy, Scottie, Scheffler, the grind that Xander had to do, particularly on the par 5 7th when he had to chip in for par, the rest of that round, Jeff, he was doing what he could to just stay afloat and then get the number where he could to make the cut on the number. I'd say of all of those guys, he actually probably worked the hardest to be here today.
Yeah, very impressive that he made the cut from what we saw yesterday. Spent the whole day in the rough. This is a really tough course to play when you're not on the fairway, but he grounded out like top players in the world do. He found a way to make himself to the weekend, and if you're on the weekend, you've still got a chance.
As for Rory McIlroy, the story has been his driver throughout the week. 10 of 28 fairways. That is 66. That is 74 players that made it into the weekend. And Xander, for his part, I thought his driver yesterday was spectacular. It was everything in and around the green that he really struggled with as those two scheduled to go off at 8:25 a.m. Eastern.
Yeah, look, I mean, both of them need to play better than they're playing, but we know that it's never far away for either of these guys. I mean, Rory was playing as well as anyone in the world a month ago. And Xander's been coming back into form after a rib injury over winter. So, look, they're both stallions. They've both got the horsepower to do it, but they need to get off to a good start.
Is there a number out there that you're thinking, if you're Rory, And admittedly, you haven't had anywhere near your best. And the story coming in, he's won here 4 times. He won the career Grand Slam. Can he keep the momentum without this pressure on his back of winning the career Grand Slam? Do you have a number that you would put in your head to say, okay, if I can go out and fire this, I could be back into contention?
I don't think they'd have a number. I mean, Rory's gone low around this course a lot of times before. He knows there's a low number out there. We've seen some 64s this week, so we know there's 7 under at least. I think what would be giving them a little hope is the top of the leaderboard isn't the best players in the world. You know, there's maybe some players up there that they feel like they can catch, but mid-60s I think they'd want today. They want to not tee off at 8:25 tomorrow. They want to tee off a little bit later on Sunday to give themselves a chance. Somewhere in the mid-60s I think they'd be thinking.
They want to go by way of Max Homa, Siwoo Kim. Those guys were able to go out there and fire low numbers and put themselves squarely on the leaderboard. And Jeff Darlington, these are 2 players that you've chronicled and if we followed throughout the week. They came on campus this week with designs of bringing home a Wanamaker.
Well, yeah, I can tell you, by the way, right now out here at the range, I just walked up to Xander Schauffele as he was preparing to get warmed up, 8:25 tee time, so 20 minutes from when he first set up his TrackMan. I said, is this enough time for you to warm up? And he said, no, it's not. So, you know, he was unaffected before. He feels a little more affected right now, but as of right now, we're starting times remain as previously published, and so that's where we stand right now out at the range.
It's good stuff, Jeff, because we know, as I sit next to a major champion, Jeff Ogilvy, that you guys are creatures of habit, as the PGA of America is telling us that this will start on time and you will see it here on ESPN+. You get a bit of a curveball first thing to start your morning. You guys are very meticulous in how you want to go about preparing for your round. Xander says it's not enough time to warm up, but at this point he has no choice.
Sometimes these things happen, yeah. We do plan this out. I mean, you'll plan your bedtime to wake up at the certain time, to get out to the golf course at the certain time, to have it all sort of go how you do it. I mean, we warm up every week and we have an hour and 15 minutes or 58 minutes, so everyone's very particular. So to lose 15, 20 minutes right in the middle after you've got started doing that is going to throw a few guys off. But look, you've got to adjust. It happens very regularly when you play professional golf. You're waiting for storms and weather events, and Xander will just hit his balls just a little bit quicker than normal, and I'm sure he'll be fine. Yeah,
this isn't weekend Brad and Chad at your local club to get out of the car, walk to the first tee, and let it rip. As we take a look at Rory McIlroy and how he got here over the weekend, look, he wanted more, but he was trying to just stretch and get what he could, and the birdie on 2 kind of jump-started him yesterday.
Great putt there. Made a lot of putts on the front 9. Really got off to the start he needed and then sort of seemed to let it slip over the last couple of holes.
And you've got to score on the drivable par 4 14th, and he did that with the birdie.
Yeah, absolutely. 14, 15 are 2 holes that you really have to make a score so you can hang on before you get to 16, 17,
and
18.
And especially needed to hang on after missing that par putt on the 17th. And so now he's flirting with bringing the cut into play, especially after this drive. It goes off the chalet. You could hear the ping on the live broadcast. Perhaps a bit unfortunate. That's where his ball settled, and he had to play from there.
He's driven it left on 18 twice, which has sort of been what he's been doing this week, missing the driver left. Not a hole you really want to have to 2-putt from 30 feet to try to make the cut, but he did it.
He did so nicely. That was his par putt. He would tap into bogey to safely make the weekend, although it's probably a bit uncomfortable for him for that last 30 minutes or so. And so McIlroy, he gets started early. There's not that final pairing or afternoon pressure of a major championship. So not only did we take the pressure off from the career Grand Slam, I mean, he's got even less pressure this morning. They can get his full warm-up, probably just go out there and just swing freely.
Yeah, and I think his scoring average on the weekend in majors is about as low as it gets. He does this a lot, sort of puts himself out of it and then comes home strong in the weekend. I expect him to be there towards the end, but if he's too far back to win the tournament, maybe. But I would look to see him play well this weekend.
You see our Jeff Darlington there just lurking, watching Rory McIlroy get warmed up. And Xander Schauffele, he's warming up as well. So, again, the PGA of America has told us we will start on time. That handy-dandy clock tells you that's going to happen in 4 minutes. While we'll step aside before the third round coverage begins of the PGA Championship.
lone contestant at the moment. We're sending Ogilvy over to you now.
Thank you, hon.
Is that the adjuster there?
That's the little one. Yep, I'm going to tape off the other one so you don't hit it.
Just make sure you don't let him go yet.
Okay, you're not allowed to leave yet.
1, 2, 3.
Let me tape off the other.
Back at Quail Hollow, start of the third round of the PGA Championship will begin on time. Our cameras are getting in place. They were pulled off the course a while ago for safety because of inclement weather within the area, but the PGA of America has told us the third round will begin on time, and Rory McIlroy a part of that earlier than he perhaps wanted to be. Tees off in 11 minutes. You see McIlroy hitting driver, and a report surfaced yesterday that his gamer driver was deemed non-conforming by the USGA on Tuesday, which means he had to switch his driver prior to Thursday's opening round. Now, again, this was tested on Tuesday, which gave him Wednesday to practice with it and then play with it on Thursday. Jeff Darlington is out on the driving range. This story, Jeff, started to surface yesterday afternoon about Rory's driver non-conforming by USGA standards. What more can you tell us?
Yeah, Matt, that is true. He is hitting what is considered a backup driver after having to take that other driver out of his bag on Tuesday. I can tell you that Rory's team is not concerned about it, nor is Rory. He did have to make the switch. It's a common occurrence. It's called creeping, when the driver's face becomes basically too springy over time due to wear, and it eventually exceeds the legal limit. Now, again, this happens pretty frequently. I'm told that 8 other drivers on Tuesday were also removed from play. So Rory not concerned about that. And one other point, yes, his driving accuracy has not been great these first 2 days, but I can tell you that that generally has been an issue for him. He makes up for it with his distance, but again, something that is a somewhat common occurrence, not ideal before a major championship, but Rory's team saying they are not concerned.
Yeah, and let's not pretend like he went to Carl's Golf Land and got himself another driver. This guy's got custom-made drivers every week and probably has 3 or 4 of them, but he has had driver issues throughout the day. First round, and this was the 16th, and this was really probably Rory's worst on a day where he only hit 4 fairways. That was snap hook left.
Oh, no.
And then you hear his reaction, this on 18, flirting with the hazard over there in the creek, and then the second hole. That one not as poorly hit, but again, it was offline, just 4 of 10 fairways, or 4 of 14 fairways, rather, in the first round. Second round wasn't much better. Only 6 of 14 fairways for a total of 10 through 2 rounds. That is 66th out of 74 players who made the weekend. You wondered if we could get that corrected. And the miss throughout the week has been left. Here on the par 5, 15th. And then on 18 yesterday, when it looked as if he was going to bring the cut line and play off the top of the chalet, bounces, stays out of the hazard, but it was not a good play for McIlroy as he would bogey to safely make the weekend. So one wonders, McIlroy, when he won here last year, just absolutely obliterated the field with his driving. He's yet to do it over the course of the first 2 days. So now we've been told the horn has just blown as McIlroy is now leaving the practice facility and probably headed near us here in the clubhouse and the locker room to seek shelter. Okay, so this is moments ago. Getting ready to play his third round when the horn sounded again, second time this morning, happened at 7:31. Here was his reaction. He's like, man, I got my game face on. And if you read lips early in the morning, you know exactly what he just said. Xander, kind of a wry, sarcastic smile that said, I told you it wasn't going to blow over. Jeff Darlington, give me the overall reaction and sounds these players made when the sound they didn't want to hear went off.
Shoulders dropped, hands went up, and everybody just like collectively, I would call it a laugh, but it didn't seem funny. Currently standing next to the play suspended sign out here on the range, everybody making their way to the exit very quickly. Going back to something I talked to Xander about the second he got out here, 20 minutes before his scheduled tee time, he told me he did not feel like it was enough time to warm up. Looks like he's going to get a little bit more time, maybe just not warming up.
Yeah, Darlington, you're basically a one-man wolf pack now. Just kind of hanging out there doing your thing. This might be your opportunity to get a couple practice putts in. So play suspended. I'll probably see Darlington's face in our rain room here in a moment as we thought the round was going to go on time based on the information we were getting. That sign tells us otherwise. Play has been suspended in the third round of the PGA Championship. We'll continue to keep you updated right here on ESPN Plus as we've entered a weather delay.
One, two, three, four.
Sure. 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2. Good morning.
There's no sun up in the sky, stormy weather.
A popular question this morning. We don't know why. We don't make the weather, we just deal with it. So we are a weather delay. Third round here at Quail Hollow Golf Club. The players and the patrons have been taken off the grounds. A weather delay to start the third round. For a minute, we thought perhaps it would start on time. We now know that not to be true, as we are in a weather delay. We have not been given any type of time of when the third round might begin. All we know now is inclement weather within the Charlotte area, and that 8-mile lightning radius is in effect. And while yesterday was the 1-year round anniversary, Jeff Darlington, today is the actual date of one of the more surreal things we've ever seen in professional golf.
You think that this weather delay is an inconvenience? Don't tell that to Scottie Scheffler, because on his Friday round last year, he was dealing with the ultimate inconvenience. Arrested outside the gates of Valhalla Golf Club on his Friday round. But I can tell you, as we recounted here, Scottie Scheffler handled that moment with calm. Guys.
Dude, step back. Back up or you
I'm back.
Step back.
I'm back. I took that video at 6:01 a.m. I was covering my first PGA Championship, and I was just starting my day. World #1 golfer Scottie Scheffler was just starting his day, too.
Keep that hand back there.
Sorry.
What do we tell you? We're going to tell you one more time. Go back on the sidewalk. One more time.
I'm just pulling into the golf course, like, you know, I'm playing. We didn't know that at the time, but you could tell pulling into the golf course that something crazy had happened, just, you know, with the lights going on everywhere. It's raining, it's dark, and it's confusing and chaotic, and people are trying to figure out what's going on, and like it's one of those things where when I see a police officer, I'm going to listen to them because they're the keepers of the peace.
It was early, it was dark, and it was rainy. It wasn't even clear until he was out of his car and in handcuffs right here that it was even Scottie Scheffler.
What do we tell you?
I'm staying back.
Here's the thing. Right now, he's going to jail.
Okay.
He's going to jail, and it ain't nothing you can do about it.
One thing that I specifically remember was you trying to approach the police officers and say something like, hey, you know, I don't know what's going on, but something ain't right. Like, this is Scottie, he's playing in the golf tournament. Like, and you could just hear the tone in their voice that it went from just normal pulling into the golf course to a situation that was very serious for whatever reason it was.
Scottie Scheffler was detained by police this morning in handcuffs on his way to the golf course.
I did not know that he was a police officer, and that's why I was so scared. And he was hitting my car with his flashlight thing.
There are a few days as mayor that I will never forget, and this is certainly right up there. That morning I woke up to just a ton of text messages. I quickly saw that somebody had tragically died outside of Valhalla. Immediately jumped out of bed and called my chief of police. And as I was talking to her to just start learning what had happened, I was also seeing the other texts about the arrest of Scottie Scheffler as well. And I knew it was going to be a long day.
Sorry, man, I don't know what to do. I'm just trying to get in.
So I assume you're pretty good if you're playing the PGA.
I'm all right now.
That was a heck of a way to wake up on Friday morning. My first call was to an attorney I knew and said, meet me at the jail. This has to be a misunderstanding. It just does not make sense. From what I know about Scottie Scheffler, the fact that he is being taken to jail still at this point doesn't compute with me. Everybody kind of went into problem-solving mode and tried to gather facts at that point.
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say will be used against you in court.
I get this ESPN notification on my phone, and it was like Scottie Scheffler arrested driving into Valhalla, and I was like, there is no way, like someone hacked ESPN.
Taylor Farrell and his brother-in-law are huge golf fans, and they were driving from Indianapolis to Valhalla when they heard the news.
I was like, man, how cool would it be if they put out like a mugshot of Scottie and we could put it on a shirt? And maybe 15, 20 minutes go by on our drive and notification that his mugshot was released. And so I start calling like every possible print shop I can find. I looked up and there was coincidentally a print shop right next to the hotel that my father-in-law and Cole were staying at. So I called her. I was like, hey, this is probably the weirdest request you're ever gonna get. How quickly can you make 2 t-shirts for me? I know Scottie's a fan of The Office, and so I figured he would get the reference here, and we just kind of went with it.
When is the first time that you see Scottie Scheffler after he's been arrested?
So Scottie gets out, and it's the first time I see him, and we're getting in the car, and my son was driving, and I was in the passenger seat, and Blake, his agent, and Scottie were in the back. Once we realized Scottie was going to play, my son said, "Well, did you get a chance to stretch?" And Scottie started laughing. He said, "Well, as a matter of fact, I did. I stretched in my jail cell." So that kind of got us laughing a little bit. But you can quickly see him turn into competitive mode. I mean, he was, you know, in short time was going to be teeing it up in a major championship.
By the time Scottie got back here to the clubhouse, this place was electric, and social media was taking off too, with two now infamous words, "Free Scottie."
It became a crazy scene, and getting Scottie here, and when he teed off on number 10 for a second round, and the amount of people following him and yelling, "Free Scottie."
Scottie and I are friends, so felt like it was my job to kind of lighten the mood a little bit, so we told some jokes. And I said, well, yesterday first round as a parent, today first round as a criminal, so here we are.
He visibly was pretty nervous, rightfully so. Everyone was cheering for him, and he birdied the first hole, and it's like, wow, this guy is pretty legit.
Scottie, I think, was confident the whole way the truth would come out, and he was, all charges were dismissed, and they were expunged.
So good in the morning that he had round of 66, fairly remarkable.
I think when you go back and take a macro review, yeah, I had a crazy day, but you know, there's a lot worse things that could have happened, and you know, I was fortunate to just get out of the situation the way we did, and you know, it is what it is. It happened.
You know, obviously that was a very interesting day for Scottie Scheffler, but in general, that was a pretty interesting week for him. 9 days earlier, his wife Meredith had given birth to their first son, Bennett. And then one day after that, I should say, Ted Scott, his caddy, actually left the course to go be with his daughter for her graduation, something that Scottie really wanted him to do. So certainly a very different circumstance this week. Everything feels much calmer. I've talked to Scottie this week. He is in a great mental space. He has certainly put all of that behind him. He has a 2:25 tee time, and he is currently 5 under par. Matt?
Yeah, Jeff, a 2:25 tee time at the moment, but we are under a weather delay. We don't know how long. We don't know what will happen. The thing we do know is that we are not playing golf as scheduled here at Quail Hollow Club. So we've been told that the bad weather is coming in about 15 minutes, why they pulled everyone off the course. We will continue to keep you updated as we wait and play in the rain here at the third round of the PGA Championship. There will not be golf this morning, at least for the time being, as we are in a weather delay here at Quail Hollow Golf Club. The bad stuff's coming in about 10 to 12 minutes. By the time it gets here, it's too late. So if you look outside behind us and see that, it's getting dark, albeit no weather here yet. But again, you forecast through, and that's what they're doing. Jeff Ogilvy and Matt Berry. Again, we have not been told how long this weather delay will impact play. But Jeff Ogilvy, as I sit here and look at the third round pairings in front of me, 3 groups as of 8:35 a.m. Eastern were supposed to be off. Sunsets here in the Charlotte area at around 8:22 p.m. Eastern. 74 players. They're going to be able to get this in based on the forecast relative to where they'll start.
You would think so, yeah. I mean, they've probably got room to miss an hour and a half or so and still finish okay. So it's probably sensible to let this go through, add an hour and a half or so to the tee times, start the day as normal from there, and they'll be finishing just as it's getting dark tonight. But if they can get done tonight, they'll have a normal draw tomorrow, and that's what they really want.
And again, when we showed the forecast earlier, we knew that this 8 to 10 a.m. pocket could probably get a little bit wonky with what's north of the system and coming through from the west. We saw some radar earlier that there was some stuff down in Georgia that's going to move its way through. It's a northwest storm system, so that's on its way. After that, you see there at noon, really, that 10 a.m. to noon pocket looks partly sunny. So rather than do this dance of bring them out, blow the horn, bring them out, blow the horn, let's cut off an hour and a half if we know it's going to be dodgy and then play golf.
Yeah, when you bring them off, you have to give them time to warm up again. But if you just have one big delay, hopefully it's all gone once they get out in the golf course and they can just start as normal, hopefully at 10 o'clock or something like that, and then a bit of a race against the sun. But they should be able to get done. And what they really want to do is finish so they can repair and have new pairings for tomorrow and draw it properly out like a normal Sunday. This is frustrating for these guys. They plan their mornings out very specifically to the minute. But you know what? They're all used to it. This happens on tour a lot. So they'll go back in the locker room. They make great donuts in there and play.
You've been talking about these donuts all morning.
They're amazing. They fry them right in front of you. They roll them in sugar. They're incredible.
That's as passionate as you've been in 3 days. I mean, look at that face. That's a face of a man who loves donuts. I mean, you guys are finicky people. So take me inside the clubhouse, the locker room. What are you doing now with the uncertainty of when you might play?
Well, they're back in there, as I said. They're probably stretching, rolling around, just having chats in front of their locker, maybe going back to the donut plate. I always used to have trouble. I had too many coffees. I'd have to watch the caffeine intake because you get a bit bored and you got to do something. But they'll be stretching. They'll be having chats, laughing at the officials for sending him out there and bringing him back in. But they'll just be keeping their head, realizing that maybe we got to go. You got to be ready to go at any moment. You know, you get that text or the email or the official comes in and says, "Right, boys, we're hitting off in 20 minutes," and you got to be ready to go.
Again, the goal is to get the 18 holes today based on everything we've seen in the forecast. Late morning, early afternoon, it appears that it will clear out and we will be able to play 18 holes. So what we're going to do is we are going to step aside now until we get further information on when we will start the third round. You'll see a beautiful slate here on ESPN Plus that says weather delay. And the second that gets lifted, so will we. We are headed to the donuts. Jeff Ogilvy's got us covered. We'll be back here from Quail Hollow. It is the top of the hour here at Quail Hollow Golf Club, Charlotte, North Carolina. We have an update on the weather delay. We wondered when play will start. The PGA of America has just given us that update. As play was suspended this morning, players were taken off the course. The 8:15 a.m. starting times down have been delayed. And so here's what we know. At 11:43 a.m., the now pairings have been put into groups of 3, like we see on Thursday and Friday to start the tournament. That will begin at 11:43 a.m. Eastern. That will go through 1:55 p.m. Eastern off tees 1 and tees 10. So essentially, in its simplest form, Jeff Ogilvy, Matt Berry with you, we are doing today what we've done the first 2 days of the tournament, split tees 1 through 10, groups of 3, starting at 11:43 through 1:55 p.m. Jeff, the decision's been made, probably the best decision in terms of letting everything blow through to get the tournament started.
I think so, yeah. We see this a little bit. You can get the whole field through a lot quicker from start to finish with the split tee start. So, I mean, it's a big adjustment for the guys who got up early. It's frustrating because now they've got to sit around for a couple of hours. The guys who are hitting off later, doesn't change a whole lot. They're going to come out here at the same time. So it's all about finishing today, having a normal draw tomorrow, finishing when they want to on Sunday. So they just dodge the weather. You play all day when you're playing 2 balls, but if you're playing 3 balls off 2 tees, you can sort of fit it into a smaller window.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting when you wait for the weekend pairings at a major championship or any golf tournament for that matter. You look at them, you say, okay, that 2, that 2, that 2. Now the PGA of America goes back, condenses that, puts them back into groups of 3, so you've got someone new in your twosome to start the weekend.
Yeah, I mean, they'll all sort of change a little bit. I mean, they just do it as if they were going to do 3 balls again. They just take all the numbers out and they pair it off in 3s and split it in the middle, and the back half of the field goes off the 10th and the top half of the field goes off the 1st. And we do this Thursday, Fridays every week, and sometimes on the West Coast early in the year we play 3 balls on the weekend. Sure. So everybody's used to it. It slows play down a little bit, which will frustrate some of the guys. And as I said, some of these guys probably got up at 6 or 7 o'clock this morning ready to come out and play golf, and now they've got to sit around for 2 or 3 hours and fill some time before they get to go and have their warm-up. But Xander will get his full warm-up this time. You know, they can plan it all out and have another breakfast or have an early lunch and then get out and play this afternoon.
So here's an example. Rory and Xander were supposed to go off, I believe, at 8:25 a.m. Eastern. Someone like Rory, who's very meticulous about his preparation, usually gets to a tournament about 3 hours prior to his starting time. He likes to go through his warm-up. He likes to get in a workout. So by that math, based on everything he typically does, he was in here in the 5 a.m. range to get ready for the 8:25 a.m. Eastern tee time. Now, he won't go off till he's probably in that 11:40-ish, noonish window. So that you're talking 7 hours from arrival to T1 departure.
It's a big adjustment for sure. You get up that early. I don't know if he goes back in the gym. When you look at Rory, maybe he does go back for a second workout. But yeah, it throws a little bit off. So it's frustrating for these guys, but they will they'll adjust. It's just what you have to do out here, and it's part of professional golf, especially in the South.
Now, when you look at the final groupings going off, remember I said 11:43 to 1:55 p.m. Eastern. When you look at sunset time, I believe it was 8:22 p.m. Eastern. So there's going to be plenty of daylight. Do the math, 1:55, you put 5.5 hours on it. You look at 7:30. This is going to get in. We're going to have a normal Saturday, barring some unforeseen pop-up thunderstorms. It looks as if the decision to do this is going to get us in the 3rd round.
Absolutely, yeah. They do all the math and they work out. They just want to get finished today. They worked out that the best way to do that is to do this, split it up 2 tees, 3 balls, sort of start again as if they were going to do this to just finish on time so they can do tomorrow properly.
All right, so you're our leader, Johnny Vegas. You had the moment where you knew you were going to go off. We were talking about it yesterday throughout the broadcast. You want to get a nice night of sleep. You're the last one off, and so you had the entire morning and then the afternoon. Those guys, this really doesn't impact what they're doing. They had a whole day before they played golf anyway.
Yeah, it really doesn't affect the guys who are playing late. It just messes with those guys in the first couple of hours of the tee times. Like you said, some of them have got up really, really early in the morning. But they adjust. It's a difficult situation, I think, to change like that. But again, everybody's used to it, and they'll just reset their clock. Like you said, Rory, 3 hours before his tee time, he'll reset it and get going again.
Okay, so again, to recap our update here on ESPN Plus as we are top of the hour, play starts at 11:43 a.m. Eastern. Players, they're going to go from 2s to 3s like we had on Thursday and Friday. Nothing different there. Also the same as Thursday and Friday. split tees, 1st and 10. So here's a look at the radar. Again, what you see there is that arrow pointing down. That's our location here at Quail Hollow. The other thing you see there is that 8-mile radius. That is our lightning radius, with which if there is lightning within that 8-mile radius, you have to pull players and patrons off the course, which is what they've done. So we'll be back with an update when we have tee times coming up top of the hour. In the meantime, the donuts are fresh, hot, and ready. Ogilvy's been talking about these throughout the morning. Okay, so Ogilvy, what are we dealing with here?
Well, we got powdered sugar and cinnamon sugar, so what's your preference?
I mean, both. So don't fall. They cook these in the locker room.
They cook them right in front of you in the locker room. They're warm. They're very good.
You hear that crunch? My goodness, that's heavenly.
That's amazing.
All right. It's a rain delay. You get what you get. Back at the bottom of the hour, we'll have tee times, groupings, and we'll still have rain. Play begins 11:43 a.m. Eastern, right here from Quail Hollow. It has been a wet, rainy morning. Saturday at the PGA Championship, we dealt with it during the practice rounds. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, the weather cooperated. Thursday and Friday reared its ugly head this morning, which has caused a delay in the start of the third round. It will resume at 11:43 a.m. Eastern up to 1:55 p.m. Eastern. Groups of 3, split tees. The only positive coming out in the last 5 minutes here at Quail Hollow is we saw Kerry Haig go out there, punch the horn twice, which means the practice areas are open for the players to come out and get ready for their rounds. Again, a recap of what's gone on this morning. Play suspended. Play resumes at 11:43 a.m. Eastern. We will do like we did Thursday and Friday, which is to say groups of 3. It'll be first tee, 10 tee, split tees, the same things we did for the first couple of rounds. With that, welcome in Jeff Ogilvy, Matt Barry. We are on our 5th set this morning as we come to you from behind the 18th green. So we're going to get into all the tee times in just a minute and kind of how it affects everything, Jeff. But we finally have conclusion to the matter. Players can start their warm-ups in practice. 11:43 a.m. we start this thing, first and 10. Just quickly, your thoughts on the decision to just push it just a little bit longer to make sure everything blows through.
Well, they have access to the best weather forecasts, so they know they've got to keep lightning out of the picture. And they want to get the course perfect. I mean, maybe there's a lot of rain coming in this little cell before it all clears away. So they really just want to have a good, solid day today. And as I was saying before, they just want to make sure they can do a proper pairing tomorrow and finish the tournament off in 2 balls. So this was chosen as the best way to get that done.
Now, before we unveil this first tee time, I want to make something perfectly clear about what was supposed to happen. Rory McIlroy and Xander Schauffele were scheduled to tee off at 8:25 a.m. Eastern this morning. Here's their new tee time. They go off at 1:38 p.m. Eastern. Rory, Xander, Chris Kirk. If you're at home wondering, well, wait a second, why the 5-hour discrepancy other than the weather delay? Can you explain this to the viewer, why Rory Xander went from 8:25, forget the weather delay, but why they got pushed all the way to the end of this window?
Well, yeah, they call this a U draw. So last group goes off last off the first like normal, and then it goes back to the sort of the first group off the first will be midfield, and then midfield will be there off the 10th. And so the last players in the field who would normally go off first off a 1-tee start now go off last.
Yeah.
So it's a pretty rough break for Xander and Rory and all those guys who are going to play early. Then they're going to sit for 5, 6, 7 hours and then going to have to go up play late. They're not going to have that nice morning round with the perfect greens and the chance. It's definitely going to affect the tournament a little bit because it's much harder to come back from the back of the field at the back of a U draw than it is off an early start off the first.
Well done on the surprise algorithm I just asked you to work out with the tee times from 1 to 10, but that's what's going to happen. They'll go off the 10th tee. So again, split tees, first 10, 11:43 to 1:55 p.m. Eastern. Let's go through now the final 5 groups of what we'll see. 1:11 p.m. Eastern. That'll be a featured grouping on ESPN Plus. Sam Stevens, Danny McCarthy, Ryan Gerard. Both McCarthy and Gerard have been really good stories through the first 2 days.
Absolutely, yeah. They've played very well, got themselves in the mix in a major championship for the first time. Nothing much changes for these guys. They were going to play late anyway, and they're playing late now. Alex Smalley's swinging the club great. He's been great to watch the first 2 days. Bobby McIntyre is probably a name to look out for. He's a quality player who could definitely win this tournament.
And Christian Bezuidenhout, towards the end of his round, came on at 4 under par. Ryan Fox had a great day 1. He's still in the conversation, 4 under. And Michael Thor Bjornsson, 1:33 p.m. Eastern, the young bomber from Stanford. He's played well in his own right. Now here's a fun one. Siwoo Kim, Scottie Scheffler, Max Homa. Max Homa sparkling around yesterday, his lowest round in the major championship ever. Scottie Scheffler, scary that he says he hasn't played well, and here he is 3 shots off the lead. And then the entertaining Siwoo Kim, who hit a record hole-in-one yesterday, major championship history, 252 yards.
Broke his own record, from what I'm told, for the longest hole-in-one in a major. Siwoo, one of everyone's favourite guys in the locker room, always good fun to play with. This is a great group to watch play.
So here was the record I was speaking of moments ago. Tidy little hybrid on the 6th. 249 was the posted yardage yesterday. This was absolutely perfect.
Great looking shot there. I mean, we saw some of the guys hitting 5 and 6 irons into this hole. So to take a head cover off and then to hole it.
And then the dead sprints, the club toss, which he typically tosses clubs out of anger, but that one was out of happiness. And then watch this, dust it off. No mud on this one. So Siwoo Kim yesterday, the highlight of the day. Now here's the final group. Again, not much of an effect on them. They were going to go off late anyway. They do get to start on the first. Johnny Vegas, first time in his career. He's been under par consecutive rounds at a major championship. First time sleeping on the 54-hole lead since the John Deere in 2019. You've got Matt Fitzpatrick. The numbers seem to be working for him this week. And then Matthew Pavon in that final group. So as people and fans are allowed back in, again, I want to set the stage for you of why we are where we are. You're wondering, well, if fans are allowed out there and players are allowed to practice, why not just start the golf? Well, the players have to warm up, number one. Number two, there's a band coming through that will yield some pretty heavy rain, but the rain isn't the issue ever. It's the electricity, of which this next band does not have any in it, so we can kind of get the morning started.
Well, you got to keep everybody safe for sure, and finishing the tournament in a safe manner is obviously the priority. So they've got very specific weather and the distance for the lightning and how much rain there's going to be. So they plan it out, and they have to make quick decisions on the fly, and they made a quick decision on the fly to repair this, go to a U-draw just to make sure they get it done.
So what might happen, and this is kind of an outside looking in perspective, with course maintenance at this point, after the rain goes through. This crew has done a remarkable job setting up this course throughout the week. So what might happen here? It's 9:36, roughly about 2 hours till we start golf. What might happen in that perspective?
Well, look, they'll go out and obviously check out all the bunkers, clean up any sort of mess that this weather leaves. It doesn't seem like it's going to leave a ton of a mess, but they would have had the course perfect, exactly how they wanted it to before we had the delay. They'll just go back out and tidy anything up that goes wrong, and they've got a lot of people on staff here. They're very good at preparing a golf course, and I'm sure it'll look immaculate by the time the first group hits.
It's been absolutely pristine. I don't think we're going to have Hideki Matsuyama, who didn't make the cut, that situation of putting in the puddles as he gets ready for a round, or any player for that matter gets ready for that round. Again, the course has been spectacular. Par 71 format, because it's a PGA Championship, just the 3 par 5s. But as you look at some of these holes in the second, you got the dogleg right on 1, the dogleg left on 2. We saw the players be aggressive with that tee shot yesterday. But in and around the course, I mean, this just shows you how beautiful this place is.
Look, always one of the best conditioned courses we play anywhere on tour. It's immaculate. They go to no short ends to make this place perfect. The bunkers are perfect. The grass is great. The greens are incredibly firm for how much it rained earlier in the week. It's played really well considering how wet it looked on Monday. To be playing the way it is incredible.
And they're clearly confident in the work they put in early this morning, because right now it is bare of workers. The course setup is done. Look, we're golf fans, and sometimes we admittedly want to see a little bit of golf course carnage in terms of the best players in the world having to earn their score. We were maybe hoping for a drier, fast course over the weekend. How might that impact how the course will play? As finally we see some inspections going on out there. How might that impact the play of the course in terms of speed?
I imagine it'll be pretty similar to what we saw Thursday, Friday. It was firming up, and they probably was getting a little bit faster on the fairways, but a little bit of it, depending on how much it rains, it might keep getting a little bit firmer. It's still going to be quite warm, but it's probably not going to get quite as fiery as maybe it would have been without this, but it's still probably progressively just getting a little bit harder every day.
You know, I have to tell you as well, when you look at just in the grand scheme of things of what this potentially could have been, as I pull up a little bit of a radar on my phone, this could end up minus the 15 minutes of lightning. This whole weather could end up being a whole nothing burger.
It really could. That's the trouble with the lightning, is the lightning, you have to be very, very careful of it, and they have to put a big sort of space around that to keep everybody safe. Hopefully it doesn't rain too much. The course will continue to firm up, but we've seen the greens firm all week anyway, so it's not going to change too much, but it'll probably play pretty similar to Thursday, Friday.
A couple of housekeeping nuggets before we get out of here. Nugget number 1, we will start our coverage of the third round on ESPN at 11 a.m. Eastern. We've moved that from 10 to 11 a.m. Eastern. We will take you there 11 a.m. Eastern to 1 p.m. Eastern is when our coverage will start over on ESPN in the third round. Nugget number 2. We did some intrepid investigative reporting. We have been told by the donut chef that the player who consumes the most donuts, bar none of anybody in the field, it is Ricky Fowler. He is the one who eats the most donuts. Back to our top story. So the weather is here, but it is moving out, and the golf will move in. 11:43 a.m. Eastern. It will begin split tees, groups of 3, from 11:43 a.m. to 1:55 p.m. We will take you there live, 11 a.m. over on ESPN.
right.
Let him in.
Go left. Go left, go left, go left.
Go left.
Good swing. You're right.
Oh, no. Oh, sit. Oh, no. Mark! Go left. Go left, go left, go left. Go left!
Excellent shot.
You made it exciting for us here.
You went like up over the tree and around. It was beautiful.
Queen speed.
Carries the mantle.
Wasn't the morning we anticipated, but we're pleased to be spending the morning with you at home from Quail Hollow Club here in Charlotte, North Carolina. Weather came through, and folks have been patiently, and maybe on the player side, not so patiently waiting to get out to play. Expect to see a massive crowd out here today. World #1 Scottie Scheffler, a monstrous betting favorite now, as he hasn't played his best and yet is 5 under and is only 3 off the lead with 36 holes to play here in the PGA Championship. Take a look at the range as the 3rd round will begin in just under 45 minutes from now. It's supposed to go at 8:15, and as I mentioned at the top, a cell came through with a bit of weather and an abundance of caution. Put things on hold for a bit, but we're ready to go. It's Saturday, moving day, the PGA Championship.
It's warming up here in the 107th playing of the PGA Championship.
It is a test of patience when you play on the weekend at a major.
Leaderboard gravity. As those rounds and holes continue, can you stay there?
In golf, there's always an obstacle. A tree is in the way.
Oh boy.
Or a lake.
Unforced error.
Or a big hole in the ground sadistically filled with sand. There's only a few yards of difference between clubs. And that's the difference between becoming a legend and a guy who lives in the purgatory of almost.
You have to really manage your nerves. Things can change at any moment, at any time.
You're fighting the field.
That's one way to make par.
The course.
There's no margin for error left.
History. And your own mind.
Got to take one hole at a time. Just got to keep giving yourself those opportunities and not play yourself out of it.
Golf is a game of barriers. The easy ones are out in the world. The hard ones are buried deep inside. Welcome to the weekend at the PGA Championship.
ESPN and the PGA of America proudly present the 2025 PGA Championship. Today it's 3rd round coverage live from Quail Hollow, Charlotte, North Carolina. It was rainy since last weekend. The sun came out middle of the afternoon Wednesday, and we've enjoyed a couple of days of sunshine, but one last little jab of rain came through from Mother Nature this morning, and that put us a bit behind schedule. So we're playing in groups of 3. You see the final 3 groupings as we will be off of both tees. Michael Thorbjornsen, 23-year-old Stanford product, headlining that group. Siwoo Kim, an amazing hole-in-one, the longest in major championship history, going with Scottie Scheffler and Max Homa, who shot 64 yesterday. Johnny Vegas looking for a major breakthrough. Matt Fitzpatrick, a major champion. Matthew Pavon played very well last summer at Pinehurst in the U.S. Open, but really hadn't played well this year, but has played well here. Alongside Curtis Strange, I'm Scott Van Pelt. Wonderful to be with you all at home. And Curtis, I mentioned that this wasn't the morning we anticipated because that weather meant that the deck got reshuffled. And when that happens, and the tee times end up going off of 2, and now you go with 3, and some of the folks that were out here, Curtis, this morning getting ready to play, and one of that group, I should say, included Rory and Xander, and you're on the range and you've been here since 5 a.m. and now you go at 1:38. How do you calm yourself and plan for a completely different day than the one you were ready to go be a part of?
I really don't have a comment. They are not happy. Going off early, perfect greens, soft conditions, no wind. You're thinking, I can get something going here. Maybe not win, but I can get something going possibly for the next week or the week after that. But now you have to go home and wait 5 hours. And it changes everything. It changes the outlook on the entire tournament.
You say maybe not win. I understand that. But look at the round that Max Homa shot on Friday. No. Let's say that Rory goes out today and has a day like that. His name on the leaderboard is going to be glowing in bright lights like they're on a marquee, and everyone's going to see, oh, here he comes. He's won here 4 times. And look, I'm not saying it would have happened, but that the opportunity to go out first and put your name up there and play on the smoothest greens, that's now gone. You're on the back end of this. I believe we've got some video that can sort of show you the moment where the news was relayed that we're going to have to redo this here and take a moment to gather ourselves. All right, head to the tee. All right, take a deep breath. Let's play some golf. Got to shoot something low. Now. Oh, that's okay.
Well, he was out here at 5:15, 5:30 this morning, preparing, eager to go. It's not going to happen now.
It was suggested he said fun golf. And look, you saw the smile on the face. This is part of it. Everyone understands that. And listen, you don't play well enough to be on the back end, and you're going to go out early. Then you get what you get. But he and the groups going off early were going to have an opportunity that now they don't have. All right, the cards have been reshuffled. So here's what we've got. Now it's a very different sort of a day because it's 3 and 2 tees. How does that impact the way the day plays, if at all?
It doesn't affect at all the leaders going off. They're going to go off about the same time, same mentality. Golf course weather's going to all be the same. It does affect the early starters, but it's what you have to do to get the round finished. They're going to finish today, whereas if they went off one tee, just delayed it 2 or 3 hours, it would go into tomorrow, and you never know about weather then. So they've done what was right. It's just very, very unfortunate for a few that were going off early.
Right. Well, it's a 4-act play, and when they can be played in each singular day, I think that tends to feel like the proper way, particularly for a major championship to be decided. I just know that there are a lot of players who are really not particularly happy. With that in mind, we go down to Jeff Darlington, who is on the range where the work was underway this morning and had to take a 20. Let's make it a full. Jeff, how do you understand the way folks have digested this news?
Scott, it was actually even before that. I was out there with Xander Schauffele on the putting green at 7:30. He was the first one out there. He literally put a ball down to start putting an hour before his tee time. As he put the ball down, the siren sounded. So he said, well, he goes back inside. 22 minutes later, they sound the horn again to resume play. He comes out here with 20 minutes to warm up before his tee time. I asked him, I said, Xander, is this enough time? He goes, no, it's not enough time. Shortly after that, the siren sounds again. Now Xander Schauffele will have plenty of time. Talked to many other players about this, Michael Kim being one. He had one of the earlier tee times. Now he has one of the last tee times. He said, I'll just go back, take a nap, and then play a round of golf. Not such a bad day, Scott.
No, I mentioned Michael on social media for folks that are fans of the game. You probably follow him. He's a great follower there on, still call it Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it. Just very open about what the challenges of this game are, and they are many. And he's sort of shrugged it off. What can you do? I was going to go early. Now I'm going to go late. We got 18 holes of golf to play today. We've got 36 holes to play before a champion's crown. And let's start at the top of the leaderboard. And Johnny Vegas, who went out late Thursday, one of the very last groups we were showing you on Thursday, and had the round of his life, the very best round he'd ever played in a major championship. And for the first time in his career, Curtis, he has back-to-back rounds under par. 10 under on holes 1 through 15, but as we have clearly established, and history tells us, 16 through 18 are all you want. The biggest long shot to hold a lead through 36 holes at a major in the last 15 years. The reason why is because he's never had a top 20 in his career in a major championship. And it's not as if he has a ton of them, but he's played a bunch, and at 40, a multiple winner on tour. This is a guy who has done it, but hasn't done it yet. And we've talked a lot over the course of these last couple of days about what comes now. Now we're here. You had to wait. Now the weather, whatever. It's not going to impact him. But going out late today, Curtis, what is Johnny Vegas trying to process to allow himself to be the best version of himself?
Well, let's back up just for a moment.
Please.
I think he surprised himself a little bit by shooting such a great first round, and certainly surprised a lot of other people, including us. How would he play yesterday? He played very, very well, very solid. He looked very comfortable on the golf course. Wasn't itchy, wasn't ready to go jumpy. He looked like he was in his norm. How is he going to play today? The weather does not affect him at all, but I think it's been amped up. Last night was a tougher night to sleep. Now, he might have slept very nicely, but the longest any player ever has in his life, the longest, hardest time is the time you wake up in the morning and the time you tee off on the weekend of a major. What do? You're anxious. You have to stick to your routine, whatever it is. Try to get the same feeling you were the 2 days prior. That's hard to do. But just go out there, relax, and try to have some fun. Now, what did I mean by having fun? It means play your game play with freedom. And if he can do that, I think he can survive today as well.
It's interesting perspective. I mean, as we sit here right now, he's still nearly 3 hours away from going off in a place where he has not yet been, ever, in the last group in a major as the leader. For more perspective on a guy who's awfully easy to pull for, Jeff Darlington joins us now. What's he dealing with at the moment, Jeff?
Well, Scott, it's funny, when I had a chance to talk with Johnny Vegas, I felt him to be very calming, quite frankly, in this big moment. And when you look at his background, you can kind of see why. He moved to America from Venezuela when he was 17 years old. He grew up as a kid when he first started golfing using a broomstick and a rock. So when you talk about pressure, he's already felt pressure in his life. So at this moment, it's really all about his journey.
It's been a crazy but a really fun journey, right? I mean, to think that a kid from Maturin, Venezuela, you know, a country that is not known for any golf, and it's, I mean, we don't have that many golf courses and many golfers, to have come all the way here to the PGA Tour and put myself in this position on a major championship. You know, it's been a big battle. I've been blessed all the way.
Our leader on 17.
Oh my goodness, he hit the rake. Turns out way better off.
It was a shocker for sure. I mean, he was there at the right moment, at the right time for me. I mean, some of these breaks happen, you know, when you play this game long enough, and it's definitely a pretty big lucky one there. Golf tournament is 4 days, and it's a long week, so you have to try to pace yourself. You have to really manage your nerves, and you have to control your emotions out there. That's the biggest challenge, and that's all you can do, and keep fighting.
It's obviously great perspective, but you know, I mentioned that he's a very calming person. I will say this, I did talk to him yesterday after his round. We were talking about the fact that he left the course pretty late on Thursday. I mean, the sun was down. It was dark, Scott. We were both here. He said he did not sleep all that well. So yes, a calming presence, but still a human who is dealing with a lead in a major golf tournament.
Heck yeah. You have to imagine it's a whole lot to process. Let's take a look after that remarkable 64 on Thursday. Would he back up Friday? No. Here on the par 5 7th. Clever play under a tree. Use that power, and he is a very powerful man. Get up on the green and make a 2-putt birdie. Then again on 10. Take advantage of the par 5s. Go ahead, Curtis.
And this is where you see if the nerves are affecting his putts, his play. Great touch all day long yesterday.
Set up another birdie. It was a gorgeous tee shot on the par 3 13th. Totally controlled. Looked like almost a half of a follow through. Knew exactly the way he wanted to flight that ball, then rolls in the putt. Then on 14, after he got a drop following a poor tee shot, excellent chip down there to make this one another birdie. And then there are moments of good fortune along the way in any tournament you win. This was not a good line for this tee shot, but that's an amazing break off of the rake on 17. Green in regulation in the stats, huh?
Sometimes it's not how good you are, it's how lucky you can become certain times during the round. But he went on, and in 18, I think gets more pressure toward the end of the round.
But he hit a 3-wood off the tee and accomplished the initial goal, which was to find the fairway on 18 from the right bunker, made double, and that backing up from 10 under to 8 under. You really have this compacted group. About more than 30 players start Saturday within 6 of the lead, and it is someone that is unfamiliar with it. But as you hear him talk and watch him play, I'd say what he's saying and what he's doing, they match up pretty well. Doesn't sound like he's convincing himself to do it. It seems like he's living it. Do you see the same thing?
He's a realist. He's been doing this for 15 years out here. He's a 4-time winner. He knows what's going on. He knows the position he's in.
Right.
He's not going to kid himself. Double bogey in the last hole yesterday, he has to forget about it. He can't think about, well, I should be 2 more ahead. Just forget about it. Go and start the round again. And once again, he knows he's got a tough 2 days in front of him, but he's a talented young man, a big hitter, big man. He's been around. I think he's really looking forward to this. He's excited.
We are as well.
Yep.
It's a man whose journey is his own, and it's unique out here on tour. And it's a guy that we're anxious to see how he'll play. Now, the rake was taken, and where are they taking that rake? Well, They're going to take that rake and put it away in the event that Johnny wins, so that along with a Wanamaker, he'll have something to remember this week by.
If he wins, they're not going to want a driver or a wedge. They're going to want the rake in the clubhouse.
That's a great point. That's a great point. I'm not sure where it would have ended up, but it would have been a whole lot more difficult to make 3 had it not hit that rake. ESPN's coverage of the 2025 PGA Championship is brought to you by the PGA of America and our more than 30,000 PGA of America golf professionals. We love this game. Thousands of fans in the Charlotte area pouring in here for the PGA Championship. Our coverage continues.
Curtis. 7 of the first 13 and 5 of the last 5. I thought the drive he hit on 14 was important, and then he hit a really good iron out of the bunker at fairway bunker at 15, and from that on he was perfect. Curtis Strange talking about the long hours in between waking up and coming out to play the final round. It's a good problem to have. Johnny Vegas has arrived on the grounds. He's got some time to spend getting loose, having a bite to eat, warming up, and then going out to play a big-time round of golf with a 2-shot lead here at the Major Championship 107th playing of the PGA Championship. You see the grandstand there behind the range, filling in here at Quail Hollow. Sun has peeked through, and the rain is gone. John Rahm, about 45 away from going. He played a sensational round of golf, tee to green on Saturday. Had excellent speed on the putts and just missed. If he were to go low Saturday, that would surprise no one who watched the way he played on Thursday. Of course, a 2-time major champion, U.S. Open and Masters.
It's tough. It's a tough golf course to go low. Max Homa did it yesterday, but he made it from everywhere. So you have to be fortunate. It's a tough golf course, big, long golf course, big greens. It's tough to put it close to the hole a lot in the course of 18 holes here.
Vegas has a 64.
Siwoo Kim had a 64. How'd he do it? He made a 1 on a 260-yard par 3.
There we go.
So, I mean, there are low scores to be had, but you're going to have to be creative in how you get there. World number 1, Scottie Scheffler. His 3rd consecutive PGA Championship top 5, halfway there. Stunningly missed the cut at Southern Hills, which was not something anyone could have forecast. 3rd in shots gained around the green. His talent, obvious in all phases. This is one that would have to change. Just 1 putt made outside of 10 feet and actually stuffed one on 17 Friday. And that reaction to that miss, he couldn't believe it. Had a short miss on 10 as well, the par 5. There you see that shots gained tee to green. And Curtis, looking at those numbers, fairways and greens, you'd have to imagine that those would improve over the weekend, don't you think?
Well, especially when he said he found something late in the round. He said the 14 tee shot, he felt a little something. He played very well the rest of the day.
Andy North was walking with that group yesterday, and he was adrift for some of it, but found something. Here on 3, it was an absolutely perfect stroke, and that putt dropped. On 8, the drivable par 4. He knocked it down there close.
This is where he doesn't get enough credit. He has tremendous hands, feel around the greens.
Had a putt up the hill for a birdie here. After a good drive on 14, all 3 of this group, McIlroy, Schauffele, and Scheffler in that bunker. And Scottie's was the best. That led to an easy birdie. And then after finding the bunker off the tee on 15, knocked it up here, and then there are those hands again, Curtis.
He's fantastic for a big man who hits a lot of fairways, a lot of greens with a good touch. That's why he's the number 1 in the world.
And could easily have added a circle again on 17. Yeah. Both he and McIlroy had short lip outs there that were fairly stunning to see, particularly that Rory's missed on a very similar line after he had seen Scottie miss one. But on balance, to be 5 under through 36 holes, given that there was some scratchy play throughout, you've just come to expect that he's going to find that autopilot zone he lives in, where seemingly it's him and very few other people. If he finds it, is he the winner of this tournament?
Well, you're looking down the leaderboard, and Max Homa's been a solid player coming back from some poor play the last year and a half. Scottie Scheffler is certainly the class of the first 2 pages, yes, and he knows it too. That gives you a little giddy up in your step going to the first tee, but you still have to execute.
Sure.
And if he continues with the feeling that he had late yesterday afternoon, striking the golf ball, he's going to be tough to beat.
As you start from Vegas, and we've established hasn't been here much, in fact, at all in this spot, and you go down the leaderboard, there aren't many who have won major championships. Yes, Matt Fitzpatrick is a U.S. Open champion. He had called his year to this point rubbish, but he's played very, very well. Siwoo's won a Players. Max has won some big-time tournaments, including on this golf course. But you're right, Curtis, there just aren't massive numbers of major champions in the proximity of Scottie. I would think understanding who you are relative to your peer group and where you are in this leaderboard, you got to feel awesome about your position.
And conversely, with Johnny Vegas, he sees that there's only really 2 guys back there, Scheffler and DeChambeau back at 3 under par. So he realizes the same thing, that if I go out, I think 11 under par could actually win this golf tournament.
Do you?
And so, well, you never know, and I'm not very good at that, but 11 or 12 under par, so that means he doesn't have to shoot lights out today and tomorrow, but the rest of the field does. So if he can just get that and just play some solid golf, I expect him to be there, but can Scheffler? DeChambeau can be very, very explosive here with his length as well.
So if I heard that right, I think 11 under could win, but I don't really know.
I don't really know.
Okay.
Well,
you know what? If you knew,
win.
we'd get you over to ESPN Bet Sportsbook Chalet and we'd retire.
But I think it's a big golf course, and without the lack of major champions on the leaderboard, they're not going to go low.
And I mentioned the significant favorite that Scottie finds himself, Bryson DeChambeau, who is in the mix as well, coming into the golf course at 3 under par. Get down to 5 shots back to the 3s, and you find a multiple major champion. He was the man I picked to win this week for the simple reason that power, I believe he could overpower the course. He's done it quite a bit. Rolls in just a couple more putts, and he could easily be your winner. We'll continue with more as we lead up to the coverage of play in about 20 minutes.
Hello, Mike. Ken speaking. Yeah, we're on the second green. Yes, we're. What sort of time schedule? Okay, excelente. Thanks.
Ken Brown, can you hear me? It's Curtis. Ken Brown.
1, 2, 3. It's Ken speaking. I'm just wandering over to the second green, and we're looking at the speed of the greens this morning. Hello, this is Ken speaking.
Hey, Ken, Curtis.
Is that you, Curtis?
Would you drive it or lay up at 14, the short one?
Can't hear Curtis. I can only hear you, Mike.
Ken, can you hear me? Yeah, okay, no problem.
Thank you.
That big old hard slice he hit, he wouldn't be hitting it at the hole.
He would not. He would not, and he shouldn't. But Johnny Vegas should.
Because he hits a big high draw. Where did he hit it? He had there in the right field bleachers.
I hate that he ended up birdieing it though, because those two kind of won.
A couple of times.
See, it gives him.
They kind of won, right? We needed par there for our
played each other in the Kieran Cup.
I'm on your team.
And he beat me there too.
We're about 15 minutes away from this third round finally getting underway after a cell moved through this morning, electricity in the air, and again, given the enormous crowds here expected at Quail Hollow and the abundance of caution, reshuffled the deck, so rather than going out in groups of 2, they are 3 off both tees as we attempt to get the third round in on time. And the last group includes Matt Fitzpatrick, U.S. Open champion up at Brookline. We know about that place, guys. A 27 greens hit, tied for the third most this week. Fitzpatrick at 6 under. This is interesting. A winner, but this is the first time he's been here. We keep talking about Johnny Vegas. This is a new position for him.
Well, if it's a feeling, if it's a Band-Aid, it's one thing. If it's a true feeling that he's really coming around and playing much, much better than he has, he'll be a factor.
Look,
because
Max
he's done it.
Max has been searching this year, too. The lowest major round of his career, a round of 64. He made it from everywhere. As he mentioned afterward, well, I made a mile of putts and I chipped in on 18. Tied his lowest score on a back 9 at Quail Hollow since 2003, and 5th in shots gained off the tee. That is a gigantic positive green light for him in terms of the year that he has had. I think he found something down at Augusta National, which isn't unusual. It's a place where you can get in touch with good feelings. He had played well the year before, and he has trended in a positive direction since. I want to start with Max, since we just saw his video, Curtis. Winning here, as he has, how much of an advantage is that to be able to play into those good feelings of knowing I've done it here? And most guys say, look, kind of set up the way it is normally for when the PGA Tour comes to town.
I don't think it makes much difference.
No?
It's you like the golf course, you've had success there, it fits your eye, but you still have to execute. It is a different setup than it is here for the tour event. More rough, some new tees for the major championship. So you still have to get it done in a bigger stage for the PGA. When I look at these two players, they're trending well, they're playing better, coming out of some poor play. You can improve physically. You can continue. You can start hitting the golf ball more solidly. But can you believe in yourself? And that takes time. Tough shots, pressure shots. Do you believe in yourself and your swing to get it done?
I was always curious about this idea. When you come to a place where you've played well before, or if you come in playing well in the last, say, month, you prefer to arrive having played well in the last month than having played well here 3 or 4 years ago.
Yeah. It's two things: the talent of the individual and the current form.
Say that again?
The talent of the individual. Can he play the game at a high level, and the current form?
Right.
current form has a big part to do with coming in here to major championships.
I tend to agree with that.
Yes.
And I mean, Max has one here, and you look at the list of winners here, and it's a distinguished group. A lot of major champions as well. Obviously, you win here this week, you're a major champion because we are playing for the Wanamaker, as you see warming up, starting to warm up. And in terms of this golf course, you have 6 players in the official World Golf ranking in the top 10 who missed the cut. That's tied for the most in a major all time. Some names we certainly expected to be here this weekend who are not. The score to par on 16, 17, and 18, no shock. They're the 3 hardest holes on the golf course. 8 different holes have been eagled this week. That's a couple of aces, a couple of short par 4s, and the par 5s. And we've mentioned it all week. You better get it from 10 to 15. And there are chances. There are opportunities with properly executed shots. But boy, you got both hands on the wheel from 16 to 18, don't you, Curtis? How do you prepare for what you know is coming?
You don't. You prepare for the entire round. You know there's something at the end of the round that's going to get your attention. But 16 to me shouldn't be a massive problem. 17's tee shot is very, very intimidating with a diabolical type green that runs away from the players. And of course 18 is a great finishing hole, but as intimidating as any hole out there with the tee shot.
It's one quick one. We're going to get to Ken Brown on the golf course in just one moment. We've talked throughout the week about 18. It's an ample fairway, and
absolutely.
But what frames what makes it so difficult mentally for these players to find what is not a narrow fairway. Like we get to Oakmont next month, narrow fairways. There's a big old fairway sitting out there looking at you. What is it that makes this hole so difficult?
Elevated tee shot. You see the entire hole. You see the little creek meandering down the left edge of the fairway. Bunker isn't intimidating, but you know if you do carry in the bunker, it's going to be a tough second. It's 33 yards between the bunker and the creek, so that's ample room. It's just you see everything, and it is intimidating. I always thought downhill tee shots, the ball stays in the air too long for me. Getting it off the air, it can really travel offline. So, you know, I think more players ought to lay up off a tee with 3-wood or 4-wood. We haven't seen that this week.
Vegas did it yesterday and then made double again. It's a hole that can bite you many different ways. Keegan Bradley made an interesting comment to me about Augusta. He said in playing with practice rounds with Phil had all these places that you said you can't hit it. Big X's, don't hit it here. He said all that does is make it a magnet for me. It seems like I find those areas, my eye is drawn to them, and certainly there's visual intimidation on 18. All right, our friend Ken Brown, as promised, out on the golf course. Brownie, what are we looking at in terms of what this golf course will present in terms of challenges?
Well, I'm going to have a quick look at some of the pin positions, and there's some tigerish ones today, particularly as the breeze is picking up. Now, at the front of this green, there's a bluff, like a lot of them. If you come up short, the ball just runs down to the front of the green or right down the slope. And this flag's on the front of the green, which makes it very tricky if you're coming down breeze, out of the rough to get at it. Well, how are you going to get close? You don't want to pitch short because it's going to run down. It might well go long. So I'm going to take the opportunity to see how fast the greens are. On this number 2, if you go a little bit past, there's half a chance. It might not, but it might just run down the slope. It's glassy fast. But just watch. If you get out of position on number 2 at the back of this green, it is Quicksville, Texas. It's shiny. Down the slope. You know it's quick. Let's give a go. Let us give a go. Just give it a little touch. Just a little incy-wincy touch. And it's accelerating. As it goes down the slope, you think, oh, that's not bad, is it? That's not bad. That's just not bad at all. So you need a velvety touch. Get out of position on some of these holes, particularly down breeze when you get over a bluff and go past the flag. At number 2, this is very quick. It's a real challenge.
Avoid Quicksville, Texas. That's what I take away from that. Not been to Quicksville.
Good barbecue there.
Near Lubbock, I believe. All right, so we're inside 10 minutes away from this delayed round 3 beginning with the deck reshuffled from what would have been the early wave, now the late wave going off on the 10th tee. All right, it's about 7.5 away. See Colin worked up a bit of a lather. That's going to happen. It's steamy here in Charlotte. He's got some work to do. We all do. 3rd round here at Quail Hollow. Back here at Quail Hollow, Charlotte, North Carolina. Tee times on the right, Johnny Vegas, Matt Fitzpatrick, Matthew Pavon will go off 155 as we are split tees, pushed back times a bit. Take a look at the journey to the championship presented by Chase Sapphire. The weather forecast, and Ken Brown mentioned it a moment ago, a word we haven't heard much but is supposed to be part of this afternoon, and you see that graphic. We got wind coming. How might that impact things, Curtis?
A great deal. Dry out this golf course, dry out these greens, speed them up. We saw a lot of speed in them Thursday afternoon, not as much yesterday, but the one thing that will affect these players more than anything else is the wind.
Keegan Bradley, the U.S. Ryder Cup captain, both he and Luke Donald, European side. Captains playing awfully well here. Salute to both. Bryson DeChambeau, mentioned him a moment ago. His massive length off the tee. He hit drives some places 16, 5, places that just nobody else even thinking about. Hadn't cashed in some of those opportunities yet. And when he gets that putter rolling, let's not forget Curtis was first in putting through 3 days at the Masters. Missed a couple early as Rory made, and he wobbled a bit offline in that Sunday on the second 9, but was still in the mix, obviously. For him to be the guy that wins this major championship, is there any one thing he needs to improve upon?
Yeah, and one other stat for him, when he won the U.S. Open at Winged Foot, he was #1 in putting and scrambling that week, so has a great short game. In his interview yesterday afternoon after the round, he said there was 5 shots he felt like he threw away during the round. So if he plays the same type of round and capitalizes on shots like that, he could very well go low simply because of his length.
Able to play a much more lofted club on 16 than most in the field. Here on 3, when he gets that club really locked and loaded, he is awfully tough to beat.
What is driving it so far do with the rest of the game? Well, you come in with shorter irons, yes, but you come in with lofted, soft irons just like that. He can control the ball once it hits the green. Many others can't because of the straight face, longer clubs. And if he can get the putter going, it becomes a much easier golf course for Bryson versus other players.
You see the hands there on 8, short par 4. Got to take advantage of those opportunities. Bryson DeChambeau warming up as he'll be a little more than an hour away from an opportunity to vault up the leaderboard. Like you, Curtis, a couple of U.S. Opens, one of the all-time up and downs last year at Pinehurst. My goodness, what a shot that was.
One of the great up and downs in U.S. Open history, of course, but one of the great up and downs at the end of a major championship of all time. Toughest shot anybody could have is that 40 to 50 yard bunker shot. He hit a 9-iron in there, ran it back to the hole about 3 feet and made the putt, and was just terrific to watch.
All right, Joaquin Niemann, Tyrrell Hatton, Wyndham Clark will be going off 11:43. They're going to be introduced in just a moment. A quick thought from Andy North. Andy, describe the conditions for us. I mentioned the wind. Is it present yet?
Yeah, there's a little bit more wind, Scotty, than we've seen the first 2 days. And we had that little deluge of rain. Walking down the first fairway, it's dry. So that whatever we had rain-wise early this morning has not changed the golf course at all.
Interesting. A lot of players were muttering about if we just take a deep breath and maybe let it go through. But again, you understand with electricity in the air and this many people, abundance of caution. We've been delayed, but here we are. And the wait is over. It's time to have this group introduced, and off we go.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 107th PGA Championship. This is the 11:43 starting time. Now on the tee, please welcome from Chile, Joaquin Niemann.
Tremendous talent. All that's really left for him to do next is take that next step, and he believes that a major title is in his future. First, you just need to play well enough to be a factor on the weekend. Perhaps it's this week.
Just over the edge of the trees.
Just like that. bunker is not in play for that. We've seen even more aggressive lines for the biggest hitters.
Now on the tee, please welcome from England, Tyrrell Hatton.
Anyone that follows the sport knows the talent and also knows that this a man whose emotions are always evident.
Seven dog legs on this golf course. Keeps the players off balance.
That's lovely. Tyrrell had it to 5 under at the time, was just 1 off the lead when he played 18, which was by far the most difficult hole on Friday. Made a mess of it, triple, and he finds himself now 7 off the lead.
Now on the tee, please welcome from Colorado, Wyndham Clark.
Talk about a guy who can move the golf ball. Wyndham has monster power. I believe you'll see him take a bite off that corner and try to airmail the corner of those trees. Just clipped one. Drops down in the rough. A winner here and a major champion. Third round is underway. Reigning champion Xander Schauffele. Man, he was in grind mode all day Friday. He had a little short one on 18. It was slick, tricky, but he buried it, and he's here with work to do. This man will be going in the last group, I should say, off the first tee at 155. And Max Homa, I know he's going to enjoy the company of Scottie Scheffler and Siwoo Kim as well, off his best round in a major championship, trying to put another one on top of it as we continue from Quail Hollow.
Well, you've done it. You're headed into the weekend at the top of the leaderboard, surviving 36 holes in a pressure grinder.
He hit the rake. Maybe it's his week.
against the best in the world, playing their best and most motivated golf. Every shot felt like an opera.
How good! It goes!
Every putt looked a mile away. Congratulations. You're only halfway home.
And there's the rub. 36 holes of major championship golf is a whole lot, especially with big numbers possible on basically any hole out here. Scottie Scheffler working his way out towards his round. Andy North with this group. This is position A, I'd say, Andy.
Yeah, really a nice way to get the day started. Hole on the very first hole is cut in the very back edge of this green, just over a little ridge. So anything in the middle of the green you can get to release. Just like that.
What a spectacular start.
What a beautiful play.
Ah, it's lovely from Neiman. Middle of the fairway, middle of the green. They had the front left Friday. It's a very different hole when it's back there right.
It's off the downside,
Yeah.
so
I like that too.
the grip down.
Yeah, grip down slide, okay?
Now Hatton. Now, the last time they mowed this rough was Saturday evening at 2 3/4 inches. They'd planned on mowing it after that, but because it's been so wet, they haven't. So they've got a little bit of rough now. It's probably 4 inches.
Scoops.
Andy, I know you don't like that at all, do you? Higher rough.
I must admit, Curtis, I do like that. Yes, I'll give you the truth there.
Hear the smile in his voice.
As you do too.
Well, Wyndham doesn't at the moment.
Well, the lie's not too bad. The nice thing, this rough is thick enough that it won't go all the way down. It gets in the rough, so there's some grass around it, but it stays about halfway, so you can always get a club on it.
Breakthrough victory here for Clark. Record score. Winner of the U.S. Open at Los Angeles Country Club. Powerful man. Settle. And he'll be able to putt from there. So Hatton will play from the bunker. A couple of putts, and Ken Brown has left Quicksville, Texas, and is now on the 6th. Ken, what do we have here?
We're in Longsville, Texas. This one, this par 3, basically plays 250 yards of tee back yonder. The flag on the front of this green today, and this green is guarded by, well, a false front, a bluff, which very much comes into play. I'll just show you why. So if you're going to take that flag on today, which would be absolutely stunning, you've got to flirt with this little bluff at the front. You've got 5-6 yards over the bunker, and this bit area here of flat is about 8 yards. So if you're coming from a long range with a bit of breeze, it's almost impossible to get at. But just watch what happens when I roll these balls down this bank where they go to. Let's just drop 1, 2, 3, 4. Down you come. So it just keeps trickling, 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 trickling. The balls come running down the hill. Come on, boys. And they all come down into the same spot. Now, at the end of the day, this is perfect now, but there'll be little divots here. And then just look what's facing you. My goodness gracious. Do well to get down in 2 from there. So this bluff at the front of number 6 plays a key part in how this hole's going to play today. By jingo, it's difficult.
Brownie, appreciate you. So many years covering the Open Championship and watching him on the B, but now to have him here with us, it's just such a cool thing to be able to do. One of the great gentlemen in this game.
And I like to remind everybody, Kenny and I are about the same age. We played the European and American Tour together, and he could really play.
Heck yeah.
He could hit that high cut. He took a putter and kind of went down the shaft and looked like he was 3 feet tall and could get at it. He was really something special on and off the course.
and happy to have him with us, showing us the challenges that these fellas are going to face throughout their rounds. And the next group on the tee includes American Ryder Cup captain Keegan Bradley. sunny day. Wind freshening just a bit. That'll be a story throughout the afternoon. It's Keegan's turn.
PGA Championship. This is the 11:54 starting time. Now on the tee, please welcome our 2011 PGA champion and our 2025 United States Ryder Cup captain from Vermont, Keegan Bradley.
Playing a lot of really good golf while he's trying to juggle what is the honor of a lifetime to be the captain of the United States team at Bethpage.
Well, still in the prime of his career.
A 38-year-old major champion. And that's a great start for Keegan.
Such a likable guy, so enthusiastic about the game of golf.
Now on the tee, please welcome from England, Marco Penge.
See a couple of pars for Marco on this one. Back to Keegan quickly. Played with Novak and McNeely, a couple of guys that he's considering for the team. Want to get eyeballs on them. How do they perform on a big stage? Tough decisions to be made, as Keegan knows too well. Wasn't selected to play on the last team. Beautiful tee shot there in his debut here, PGA Championship.
Now on the tee, please welcome from Florida, Lucas Glover.
Now 45, still playing really good golf. Visited with him on the range, didn't talk one bit about golf. We talked about NIL, we talked about Clemson and what Dabo's team looks like.
He's the guy that gets on the first tee, spits in his glove and says, let's play, boys.
Heck yeah, doesn't need any gloves.
There's not a lot of mechanical thoughts out there. We're just going to put the club on the back of the ball.
Yeah, but he's going to hit that nice little draw all day long. Knows his game, owns his game, plays his game. All right, Hatton now from the bunker.
Really straightforward.
As advertised. Well, Rory, you saw, if you were with us a bit earlier, was on his way to play this morning when the horn blew, and like all of those who were expecting to be out early, wasn't pleased with the news that it was going to be a while, but it'll be a while. Now 1:38 tee time. All right, Clark's birdie on its way.
Be anxious to see the speed of the greens. They were slower yesterday afternoon. Surprising.
Just what I was going to say. With the sun now shining and wind forecast, they were firm even in the midst of 5 inches of rain, which was amazing.
They do have the sub air.
Pavon, you see, making his way here. Top 5 last year at Pinehurst. Hadn't played well this year. This man has. Let's see if Neiman can make a birdie to get his round started. Played a bit too much break. John Rahm, 12:05 Eastern Time, halfway to the career slam. If the putter begins to cooperate, he could certainly be your champion. Powerful was a fairway and green machine. Finally made a big putt, but it was for par on 17. to keep his round on track. Again, some different times for the day. Again, if you're just joining us as we approach noon on the East Coast, maybe just getting up out on the West Coast, 9 a.m. out there, settle in and enjoy the day here. And on CBS, the tee times changed as a result of the weather, and so playing in groups of 3 off of both tees. Most significant for those that were expected to be early who are now late. We've got another hour together, and we see the action at 2.
Going with a 3-wood, dogleg left up the hill.
Curtis, I really like that play. He can work it right to left very nicely. It really makes it such an easier driving hole.
Perfect line is right down the path.
Get lucky.
Awkward tee shot, dogleg left up the hill, but fairway slopes from left to right.
He has to get lucky. It did in getting through, but it didn't in terms of finding the fairway. And then again, it's not a dogleg for him.
Look where he is aiming, straight over top.
Boom.
He didn't get cheated.
All right. Monstrous power.
That is a bomb.
Yeah, he walked a couple holes with him the other day. Just fun to watch the power that these guys have. Tommy Fleetwood going in about 4 minutes. A moment ago. Glover's second.
Maybe the downhill lie, ball below your feet, affected that a little bit. There you see the lie of the fairway. Keegan.
That's flirting with the 2 bunkers left. Tracing by Top Tracer, brought to you in partnership with Rolex. It avoids them both. Should be straightforward from where he is. Undoubtedly reeling after the Celtics knocked off by the Knicks. He is such a passionate sports fan. Loves St. John's hoops. Mentioned the wind. Haven't had to figure it much this week, Curtis. How's that changed things just in terms of the golf course you played, now having to add another element?
Boy, that's just it. You add another element. They've played basically inside a dome the last 2 days with all the storms, and now with the wind pickup, it will dry out the course, it will dry out the greens, but it'll also affect these shots. And shots at downhill like this, the ball stays in the air so long, you have to. I think you can see these shots, these players hit different type of shots, more knockdown. Controlling the trajectory a bit more.
Penge, the 27-year-old Englishman, a winner just a few weeks ago, DP Tour.
Right at the TV tower behind the green. A good looking swing.
That's deep and not a ton of green to work with from that rough. All right, the par 5 10th again, 3s from both tees. This is Tom McKibben.
Yeah, reachable for most of the players in the field.
Just 22.
Yeah.
Massive talent. So much expected of his game in the future. Same course as Rory, and of course love to emulate him on the golf course and all he has done. Johnny Vegas, our leader. Looking forward to seeing him and everyone play this afternoon as we welcome Dave Fleming, Matt Berry, to the broadcast, along with Billy Krautzer, who'll be on the golf course. You've already heard from Andy North, John McGinnis as well. And we're out at 2. That's a big one from Wyndham.
No kidding. Gosh, it's fun to see those players cut that corner. Andy, big difference between all these 3 drives.
Yeah, well, Kim, it's absolutely perfect. 148 hole. He's got to carry it just about to the hole. You cannot afford to come up short here. Hole's cut right in the front of the green, a little bit downwind. That's the play you have to make. That was a good solid play.
I hope everybody was with us a few minutes ago when Ken Brown, before we had players tee off, was out there on that green and deemed it Quicksville, Texas. Joaquin's going to be putting from Quicksville. Now Hatton.
Yeah, he's got a decent lie. His ball caught the very top of those trees, which kept it getting all the way to the fairway. Coming out of the rough, probably not much chance to get this ball close. You cannot land it short because of the runoff down off the front of the green. And this is going to come up short.
Yeah.
I think it's going to come right back down the hill.
So Hatton will be scrambling. Let's go back to the tee for the next group off the first.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 107th PGA Championship. This is the 12:05 starting time. Now on the tee, please welcome from Norway, Viktor Hovland.
We got major level introductions happening today. I hope everybody appreciates what we're hearing.
Chris Kane.
Next, Michael Buffer. Get some.
Everybody in this booth is jealous about those.
He's coming for our jobs.
That voice.
He's coming for us.
Viktor Hovland. See, he has been such a talented player coming out of Oklahoma State. So much expected. He's been a winner and close back-to-back top 3s here in this PGA Championship. Only 6 off the lead as Saturday begins.
And also a former U.S. amateur champion.
But as we know, that doesn't guarantee that the next step can be taken.
No. Still
Now on the tee, please welcome from England, Tommy Fleetwood.
A player, Curtis, that can absolutely flush it. Such a great ball striker. Just shows you just how tough it is to break through in these majors.
He still has time, though. He's steady, consistent. Maybe not as explosive as some, but there you see catching the right rough.
Now on the tee, please welcome from Spain, Jon Rahm.
This
guy is explosive. Just gonna say.
Remarkably powerful. Yeah. Got through and into the fairway, so Rahm's day begins from the fairway on 1, 6 off the lead of Johnny Vegas a moment ago as this was happening.
After the booming drive from Wyndham Clark.
It's outrageous, man.
Took a huge divot. Let's see if he can control that speed down the hill with the spin and hold on. He did. Wow, what a great shot that ends up being. To 10.
Matthew Wallace.
Want to take advantage of the par 5s here. Really the only holes here you can catch up.
Oh, look at that. Take a
Well
hard
done.
right turn. Well done, Matt.
Justin Thomas won here in 17. He was 7 under on the par 5s, and he did just that.
His 6th PGA Championship. He's been around for the weekend at all 6 of them. Off to a great start. To 2.
Tyrrell Hatton, his 3rd.
Okay.
So Hatton will have to make that. Might be a little downhill, but should be fine. Say par at 2. Folks continuing to pour here into Quail Hollow, huh?
Had a feeling there's some questions about, you know, when you have a tour stop come to town every week, it's not, maybe they're not as amped up for it. I kept thinking, wait till the weekend. I felt like it would be monster.
So now, hopefully Joaquin asked Ken Brown his opinion about this putt. Coming right down that hill. Just get it started. Well, the speed was perfect. And that was probably the most important part of that putt. You hit that a little too hard, and you could be facing a disaster if that rolls back down the hill.
5-time winner over there on the LIV Tour. 3-time this year. And we don't talk money too much up here, but each one of those carries a $4 million first place. How about that?
Back to 1.
Money shot from Bradley. And that's a big one. Slides just past. I'll have an easy par.
Birdie putt for Wyndham Clark.
See if he can pay off that great shot.
No kidding, Andy. You can't play that hole any better. That's been a tough little hole here. And number 2, the big dog leg left. A lot of challenges for the players in the first 2 rounds. Not for Wyndham Clark there.
What's so tough? You're driving about 340 up the hill and you wedge into the green.
Made it look easy. Back to 1.
And Fleetwood trying to negotiate the rough here.
He has a hot lie, and he's got the drip line of the tree between he and the flag. I don't think it's a lie he can cut back into the wind. It's not going to be an easy shot.
While they sort that out. To 2.
Yeah, Hatton's par putt. Ooh. We removed all our microphones around Tyrrell, just in case. So that's disappointing, but you find that rough off the tee at 2, it becomes a much, much harder hole. To 10.
3rd for Bo Hostler on 10. Oh, that's tremendous. See the kind of action on these greens. Lofted club in hand obviously has something to do with that. Now it's Fleetwood.
Yeah. Yes.
I often have a little trouble translating for Ian Finnis. I think he was saying that that left bunker would be okay. Boy, just skirted the trees. Just skirted them.
That means that bunker guarding the right was a likely destination, and it is. Tommy arrived with a couple of top 10s in a row. To 3.
What breeze there is a little bit left to right.
Hey. All right, all right.
Yeah, that probably will have some tree trouble. Direct line to the hole.
Back to 1 for Hovland.
Now it's a set up. 24. It's 38 adjusted.
John, we often talk about players you'd expect to see be major champions. What about Hovland's game makes it likely that that's inevitable?
Yeah, the fact that he's taken a weakness and turned it into a strength, I think, is you just can't talk enough about what he's done with his short game. Now, he's also been as entertaining as anyone, talking about his mental foibles. But when he gets in contention, he knows how to win. And I do think it's not one major that he's going to win. I think he's going to have more than one when it's all said and done.
Wouldn't be a shock given his talent, but you make the great point, John. That short game was going to cost him if it didn't improve, and it did.
Yeah, he's also showing a lot of strength coming off a bad stretch of about a year and a half of poor play.
One down in Florida earlier this year. Neiman. As you can see, it's way left. Tracing by Top Tracer, brought to you in partnership with Rolex. It's going to be his chore from over there. Let's see what Jon Rahm can do.
Just a beautiful drive up the right-hand side here. Just inside 190. He's got it going right at it.
Watched it all day yesterday. Just feel like you're going to see that name rise on this leaderboard.
Important to get one in early, though. Get some confidence going.
Hatton. After a short miss on 2, hammers one into the fairway here on 3. Third for Luke Donald, former world #1. Now 47. Hadn't made a cut all year in the very few events he'd played. Comes to the PGA Championship and has been playing tremendous golf. There's yet another brilliant shot from the Englishman.
He was some player when he got to #1. Very consistent off the tee. Great driver and wonderful short game.
Still clearly quite capable. His main focus has been his captaincy, which means the world to him. And that European side did an amazing job in Italy. As we've said repeatedly, it will be a road game at Bethpage. Make no mistake, he knows it. Everyone understands what that great competition's all about.
I asked him at Augusta when I saw him, I said, what do you expect out of Bethpage? And he just had a wry grin come across his face.
He knows the score.
And so does this man. He's going to try to leverage that home field advantage for Team USA. Keegan Bradley, our Top Tracer, brought to you in partnership with Rolex. Coming back. Try to the fairway. That is a little surprising to see.
Maybe a little bit heavy.
And that wind, Curtis, you talked about it a few minutes ago. You start to think ahead to holes like 17, 18, those tee shots with the wind kicking up.
Well, not only that, but a whole location like here, just on top of the false front, maybe some wind in your face. Now you have to really play more careful. You have to make sure you get it up and beyond the hole.
Good points. Lucas Glover keeping that just a little lower, but he too comes up short.
Possibly a little breeze. There you see maybe a little help there.
And maybe the players thinking there's more help than there actually is on that shot. Up ahead to 3.
Yeah, but you don't really need to do that. Why? You got to fix it, 9? Yeah, 92. It's playing left and then I think it will help with. Okay. Not playing about it. Okay, perfect. So just figure out perfect on the left.
I'm trying to sort out. This must be his third, based on our Top Tracer.
No, guys, this is came out of the trees on the left. A little highlight, played off the wall, get it back into the fairway, and he's in good position. And this another one of these hole occasions cut just over a little hills. Again, landed more in the middle of the green. Let the ball release up over it, just like that. He is in complete control of his iron so far.
So a bit of good fortune. Tee shot spits out to the fairway, and now chance to make birdie. All right, Fleetwood. Lands just on the green and releases.
Look at how quick the greens are today.
That's 9.5 out of 10. Only 10 and would be buckets, but that was a brilliant shot. Now Clark second.
Coming out of the right-hand rough. It looks like the trees are in his way, but they actually aren't. He just skirted to the left of them. A little bit of breeze from left to right. And that was really well played. That should sneak up to the top of that ridge.
Will it stay there? I don't know.
It's coming back down.
Yep. Bit unlucky, but still center of the green. Hovland for birdie on one.
Quick downhill, moving right.
And moving just a bit too much right at the end. Second for Tyrrell here on 3.
Yeah, I think you've got to be very careful if you try to land it all the way up in that top level. That could release through the green.
Andy, so many hole locations in the back of these greens, it actually falls away, aren't there? Well,
that was able to put a lot of spin on that. Yeah. What a shot.
You know, we're seeing a little bit of moisture in these greens, some softness from the rain this morning. It didn't rain a lot, but it doesn't take a lot to make it a little easier.
Let's see if Rahm can start with a big birdie here on 1.
Hovland showed him the way.
Look out.
Important to get one in early.
Especially after so many great chances just missed on Friday. Jon Rahm within 5 of the lead.
Yeah, I mean, McGinnis was saying to us yesterday, he was making all the par putts. Just wasn't making any of those birdie opportunities. Different day today. I'll just make one more point about Jon Rahm. Well, Bryson DeChambeau, we showed those odds at the start of this round. Was he second behind Scheffler? I mean, Jon Rahm is now tied with DeChambeau. He was nowhere on that board. So I'm just saying.
Value play.
Nobody asked me. Keegan Bradley, that one didn't do what he thought it was going to do. To 10.
Donald for birdie.
To get to -2. Well done.
Heck yeah. Hard to overstate. I mean, you're just not playing a lot of golf, and there's so much to do to come out here in a major championship and play this well. Well done.
Yeah, I just played for straight down.
Well, coming off that birdie on his opening hole, he's going to take the aggressive line, no doubt about that.
100%. And you go from Luke Donald to a quarter of his team over here on the second tee with Hovland and Fleetwood, and of course this man right here.
Man,
this is really aggressive.
Just launched it over the trees, over the corner, and couldn't quite get it to the fairway. So that won't be easy from over there. You missed the fairway at 2, and it's a different and more difficult hole. We've seen the wind maybe affecting the players. We've talked about the wind, some of the shots at the end of the course. So what did Ken Brown do? He hustled out to 17 to give us a little demo about the wind. Ken?
Yeah, it's a bit breezier out here than it was on the other side of the course, much more exposed. The wind is out of the southwest, but this 17th proved very difficult to choose your club. It's a tough hole anyway. The tee up a little bit today. But if you look at the flag on the 16th, it's blowing quite hard into off the right. And that's where the wind should be coming from. What the Tour pros, some of them do anyway, is they mark on their yardage book. They've got a little compass on the edge there. This is the 17th green of the tee. And the wind today is blowing out of the southwest at the moment from 10 to 17 miles an hour. But it swirls about a bit in here. Let me just chuck a bit of grass up and see where this goes. Be careful. So basically into us. The flags on the tee, you'll notice they keep wobbling around, but very tricky. That's about right. But if you look down on the green, What's that flag doing way down there? Absolutely nothing. It's got a touch of the 12th at Augusta. One flag goes one way and the other flag goes the other. Makes it very deceptive. The hole's a little downhill and the wind might get up to 25 miles an hour in gusts. This is going to be such a difficult hole if the wind picks up. It's difficult anyway. And that wind's just going round and round and round, making it very tricky to club.
Thank you, Ken. Does he have a bag of all those props?
Yes, he carries a bag. It's a huge duffel that goes around on the carousel of the airport.
Cones, arrows, flags.
It's like carrot
rubber
top.
ducky the other day.
There it is.
There it is.
We weren't joking.
I got grandkids that like to get in that bag.
Could run a football camp out of there.
There we are. That is very instructive.
Hey, awesome. Those are great. I love when Ken does that.
It's just interesting to see that flag on 16 starched and then not blown at all on 17. All right, back on 2.
Hovland taking that aggressive line. And that one got through right to the middle of the fairway. Great drive for Victor. To 3.
Wyndham.
Tough judging speed up over this ridge.
Looking for back-to-back. Excellent speed there.
And the third to play on the tee at 2. This powerhouse group of Hovland, Rahm, and Tommy Fleetwood.
It is dead downwind.
That one clipped the trees though, and that's even farther left. That could be real tough. Up ahead on the green at 2. That's Marco Penge at 1 under par. Now he's 2 under par. Makes a birdie at 2. So a good bounce back after a bogey 5 at the first. Let's go ahead to the green at 3.
See if Neiman can get one.
Yeah, just kind of straight across the back portion of the green. This guy can really knock some putts in when he gets it going.
Hadn't got it going yet, but hitting it well. To 2.
This is the par putt for Keegan Bradley. Pulled it. I've seen a couple players short of that green at 2, and it hasn't been easy to get in for par. Hatton made a bogey. Keegan Bradley makes a bogey. Speaking of Hatton,
see if he can get that one back.
Be patient. It's a long ways to go. It's a hard golf course. Don't lose it early in the round. It will affect the rest of the round.
Max Homa will be playing with Scottie and Siwoo. Max and Siwoo matching 64s. As we have seen so often, the most difficult thing to do following that low round, something else under par, which I think helps frame what Johnny Vegas did. Subpar round yesterday, yes, gave a couple away late, but still backed up one good round with another. We're going to look at what Fleetwood's dealing with, Dave.
Yeah, John McGinnis, he's got issues, huh?
Yeah, but
quite a bit past. Go from there, innit? If it does somehow go to the right.
But it's not as bad as it could be. Even the pine straw actually helps him. He has to keep it down under the canopy of the trees, and that is more difficult from the thick rough. He can chase it onto the green. This is absolutely doable. Front fringe would be a really good shot putting up the hill.
I love watching the best players in the world get creative on shots like this. That one's going to run up and see if he can get it to stay there.
What a shot.
Yeah, great shot. Those are cool to watch.
And now we embark on the easiest of the par threes here at Quail Hollow, the fourth, playing 184 yards today, Andy, on the weekend, and that pin is tucked to the right.
The wind is coming out of the right and back into the players. Wyndham likes to work the ball left to right, so if he were to hit it right at the flagstick with his normal shot, I think that would just balance out the direction of the wind. About 5 paces over this bunker. Hang on. Landed right into a little bit of a ridge, and then you see what happens.
That might be a common sight today, Andy, with that pin over on the left by that bunker. Let's go back to 2.
Well, John, maybe easier from the pine straw. How's a lie for Rahm from the rough?
Really thick.
Ooh. Took a hack at it.
Yeah, and just came out soft and dead.
That's right near where Tyrrell Hatton's ball ended up, and he made a 5. Back to 4.
And now Neiman at 4.
Yeah, he really likes to work the ball right to left. I think this is, you throw it in the right center of the green and let it just turn right to left. Anything you'd like the ball left of the hole, putting back up the hill.
I love his ball flight. Goes down and through. Hits more of a bullet than some of the others. Controls the flight.
You heard Andy say it a moment ago, appears to be in complete control early on, as Rory for the second time on the move to the range to get his warm-up going. This morning, guys, he was full go to get ready to go out, and had to go back to the house and get ready for that late tee time.
One thing, Matt, there are a lot more people to high five now than
That's
there
right.
were at 7 a.m.
He had that thing wide open back to 4 in Tyrrell.
Tyrrell Hatton. Got it up really high. And the wind ate it up and it's coming up short in that right.
Got it fraction bottomy and it started blowing into.
It's an aggressive line from Hatton. He'll have to get out of that bunker. Let's go to 2.
Another really good drive at 2, this time from Hovland.
Inside 115 yards up the hill.
Clark took advantage of it, made birdie. Hovland, that one's spinning too much. That is not going to stay. It's part of why we like this early coverage. You see the first players get out on these holes, how they're going to play as the leaders come to 1, 2, and beyond.
And as the golf course changes later in the day.
That's Adam Scott beginning with a birdie. Amazingly, his 25th PGA Championship. The 10, Nikolai Højgaard.
Up the hill right there into the grain, now down grain over the slope.
Come on
Looks
now.
pretty good.
Come on now.
Looks pretty good. Well, it didn't go in, but it was really, really a good putt.
To 2.
We don't have any room left on our highlight reel for the week. Kept it low. That was a nice play.
It's really nice to pitch from the first cut with a little cushion underneath it.
To 3.
And Lucas Glover.
After starting out with 2 dog legs on the first 2 holes, this is the first straight par 4.
And that's to the perfect spot on this green.
Beautifully played.
3rd at the Players this year. So this and that field typically the best in the game. Playing well again to 2.
Good point. Hovland, John.
Straight up the hill.
Can he run it in? Yes. Short game's gotten better and better as his career's gone on. That was a beautiful birdie putt. And Victor Hovland gets to 3 under. We've seen John Rahm gain a shot. Now Hovland to 4.
And Hatton out of that green side bunker.
Just outside the bunker, not the hardest bunker shot in the world. Should be able to spin it a little bit.
All right. Hatton's been doing some early bunker work through the first 4 holes. Get your electrolytes now, son.
Hydration.
Get those
important.
electrolytes.
Very important.
Tommy Fleetwood.
Well, after Hovland showed him the way, that's pretty disappointing.
Yeah, did not take advantage of learning something, so he makes a par. But a really neat shot off the pine straw, left it 2.
That's why you need to hydrate. That's probably Dad's Gatorade. Dad's going Suds. Son's going Gatorade. At 12, McKibben second.
Many ways to hydrate, Matt.
There are. It's called rehydrate. So McKibben gets up on that shelf. I tell you, this week, the 12th fairway, second hardest to hit here at the course, but that pin placement has been difficult. A great job by McKibben. Let's go to 2.
Yeah, that hole's been fun to watch. Rahm saves his par. Keeps a little early momentum going for Jon Rahm. See if he can make his move before the leaders start the 3rd round.
Now Wyndham Clark, long birdie at 4.
Up the hill the whole way. Part of Wyndham's game that hasn't been his best this year yet.
Checking on Colin Morikawa for the first time.
PGA champion out at Harding Park in San Francisco. His 3rd to 10. That man with an iron in his hand is as good as anyone on the planet.
Very professional.
Yeah, I remember Andy saying from the very beginning, it just so impressed with the way he comported himself. There we see Scottie making a memory for some folks in the parking lot.
How about the old school earbuds from Scottie?
He's an old school dude. He's got sort of always been that old soul, right? Just still in his 20s. So much runway for him to keep stacking big time.
See if Neiman can stack a birdie here at the 4th.
Slow putt into the green.
Andy, how much are these players looking at grain out there?
I think you can tell it pretty significantly when it's going uphill. It sure is much darker, so it's pretty easy to see.
Let's go to 3.
And a man who arrives with back-to-back top 3s in this championship, trying to squarely throw himself into the mix yet again. Say he's already done it. Hammers a 2 shot into that fairway.
So important to drive it in the fairway with that little moisture from this morning. And the rough getting up to 4 inches tall.
That's a great note from Andy. It makes sense with the amount of water. There's just no way you could get a mower in that. Now Rahm.
This is a tough fairway to hit with the wind out of the left. That's why Rahm's all the way over on the right-hand side of the tee. Give himself plenty of room to cut it.
Like that?
That's pretty good. You like that?
That'll do.
So now see if Clark can clean up par. He does at the 4th. Interesting, we see some of these landing spots at the green. I can't even believe we had weather this morning early on with how these greens are running back.
Wasn't much rain.
Minimal amount of rain.
Electricity was the issue.
Yes,
to
sir.
Fleetwood.
He's got to feel like he's got to get going. These other 2 came springing out of the gate.
Three excellent drives on a hole that is far from the easiest driving. Back to 1, and Tony Finau from the middle of the fairway.
Now we're getting into some players who, if they shoot a good score, could be part of the story late tomorrow afternoon.
Tony's got that unique action, low hands by his knees. Great approach there. Cam Young to get to red numbers. On a great line. Do it for Gordo. Cam Young, 1 under par. Get in on PGA Championship offers and boosts all weekend long at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app. Sign up with promo code Birdie to get started today.
Can I just whisper that name, John Rahm, again?
I've got the Rahm stuff covered.
Captain Bradley, birdie on 3, no. Back to 2.
Adam Scott. We've seen a lot of good golf from him this week. Must have gone with 3-wood off the tee. Let's see if we can get that to stop.
Flag stick here, 7 paces on. Flag sticks on the front of the greens today will be the toughest hole locations.
McKibben's birdie at 12. Great approach from McKibben. Not able to capitalize, so he'll tap in for par to remain clean on his day. 1 under for the tournament. Out of 5.
Wyndham Clark with his tee shot. Breeze in and out of the right.
What's it?
He likes to work it left to right. And he just pounded it right down the middle. Beautiful shot.
Is that 3, Andy? I think with those bunkers at that distance, looks like that's would have been given his length. Let's see if Morikawa can pour one in. Yes, what a start for Colin. Now, Neiman on the tee.
Just inside the bunker on the right.
He'll be curving it right to left.
Found a bunker grouping there. Still
Fairway bunkers are pretty simple to play out of this week, so the players haven't had much trouble with those.
The animal, legendary caddy out here. Been out here forever. Neiman's looking for a first top 10 in a major. Hard to believe. Hasn't yet. Certainly will. Now Tyrrell.
I think it's going to be interesting as the day goes on. Wind starts picking up a little bit. The guys will be seeing some shots they haven't seen this week. It's been just absolutely dead quiet wind-wise the whole week so far. Looks good.
Again, Tyrrell was 5 under on Friday. The 18th took a big bite out with a triple. He's now even in the championship. Still time to get moving on moving day. You can move any day. This figures to be a day when somebody will make a charge up the board towards Jonathan Vegas, who looks just stressed to death there, Curtis.
Well, let's not forget, you know, we talk about his experience on tour or lack of experience in majors, but who's to say he can't shoot a heck of a round today?
He already has once.
Yes, absolutely.
Very comfortable at the moment, smiling, great to see. And there's Lucas pouring in a birdie after a tremendous approach on 3. Let's see if Tony can get his day started with a birdie. Playing a ton of break. Not quite. Good start for Tony. Been in the top 10 in this championship 3 different times. To 2.
Becoming a more familiar look, huh, as Joe Highsmith's profile elevates. Spins that one back at 2 very nicely. Right into that Wyndham Clark spot. So if you have the gentle spin on it, you can get it to stop there and have a great look at birdie.
Anyone that follows the game knows that is the ball of Tommy Fleetwood. What'd you mark your ball with, Curtis?
Just a little blue dot.
Just
that was pretty simple.
Okay.
Minimal.
That's stunning.
That's from 189.
Hey, if you don't want the answer, don't ask the question. Okay. You know.
Right back at me with some pace. I deserve it. That's fair. Fleetwood, unforced error there. That's disappointing. Hovland and Rahm, 2 great drives. Johnny?
Past the bunker, just hammered up here. It's such a big hole. It's still in the 170-yard range for both of them. But of course, that's just an 8 or a 9 iron for these guys. I don't know if you can necessarily land it up on top and stop it.
John, I think you can right now. It will change as the day progresses, but still some softness in these greens.
Well, that's the question that Andy asked when he came through, and then we saw Glover did it. But you make a great point, Curtis, that it's still early in this round. It's not yet 1 o'clock Eastern. Let's see if Rahm.
I mentioned yesterday, Rahm went back to a golf ball that actually spins a little bit more, and consequently his iron play has sharpened up a bit. And that was that's unforced as well.
Still, you mentioned, John, playing from that thick collar, and he'll have an opportunity to do that. Wouldn't be a shock to see him make it to 2.
Birdie chance for Adam Scott to get to 4 under par. So he'll stay at 3 under with a par at the second. Up to 4.
And Keegan Bradley. Oh, how about the captain? You know, Keegan, we're no Boston Bees, no Bruins, no Celtics. We do have Jets Stars tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern on ABC. Dallas leads the series 3-2, game 6 tonight. Big game. Bob Wischusen on the call. Cannot wait to catch that one at the hotel this evening. Curtis will buy the drinks. We'll sit there and watch some playoff hockey.
He and our guy Ron Callahan. Treat to watch. Nothing like the Stanley Cup playoffs. All right, Wyndham on 5.
Flagstick all the way back right. And once again catching the slope, spinning it back down. We haven't seen that all week long.
Great little wedge shot from Highsmith, and he pays it off with a birdie at 2. So 2 has been interesting to watch. 2 already. We've seen birdies, we've seen bogeys.
Ken Brown showed us earlier. Quicksville, Texas. Don't want to be back there. But I think the more important part that he shows that front and how it's got to control that spin. All right, Neiman from the bunker.
Yeah, beautiful lie, 142 back right hole location. Not the easiest one in the world to get to. Unless you're Joaquin Neiman.
Boy, he's striking it well. Just needs to see one go in. Maybe his round will be off to the races. Now Hatton's turn.
Breeze out of the right. So you're kind of fighting the wind all the way up the end. It's a shot. You can't start out to the right of the green. So Neiman cut his up against it. And Terrell do the same thing, because once it starts right and left, it's just going to get further and further away from the flagstick. Very aggressive play.
Sit right there.
All right.
Good example of these greens are quite large, but you have to pick small spots and focus on it. Get it in the right quadrant.
Third for Tommy on 3.
He has to run it right along the ridge that bisects the front and the back of this green. That ridge right there.
That's disappointing from where he was in the fairway. less than a foot away, John, from being pretty good, I think.
Yeah, it was a razor thin margin there, and he probably hit the shot he was trying to hit.
And you think with large greens it's pretty simple, but there's a good example of so close but no good.
First tee introduction
Good
forthcoming.
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 107th PGA Championship. This is the 12:49 starting time. Now on the tee, please welcome from Canada, Taylor Pendrith.
Yeah, Pendrith, DeChambeau, and Richard Bland. Oop. Taylor's lost that right. That's in there. His third appearance in the PGA Championship.
Now on the tee, please welcome from Texas, Bryson DeChambeau.
You have a score in mind? I'm always interested. Is that something you did, Curtis?
No, but a lot of players do. I think he's looking at 66 or 7 today. Two options on this tee. You can hit a slight cut, feed it with the fairway, or go over the edge of the trees. He's going to go over everything to the right.
And he will not lack for fan support.
Absolutely perfect. What an intimidating start.
That is mammoth. Let's see if John can make this one on 3.
Well, you mentioned it stayed in that first cut. Makes it easier.
I wondered if that might be
the momentum.
Possible.
The momentum is starting.
Those sails are full of confidence and gusto. Man's halfway to the slam. Now Clark.
This is his third long putt he's had in 5 holes up over a ridge. So far he's judged the speed very well.
Yeah, he's going to have a lengthy par putt on this 5th hole, Andy, in a moment. Now Hovland.
He has to put up that ridge.
Great speed. Narrow miss for Hovland. To 4.
And now to 4 and a birdie putt. Michael Penge knocks it in. Marco Penge does. So he now moves to 2 under and a good start for the DP winner. Go back to Fleetwood.
Fleetwood for par. And he'll surrender a shot here after the approach is knocked into the bunker. Here are the value plays presented by ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Dave, you're not allowed to mention John Rahm. It's too late. He's already 2 under on this round.
We missed our window on that one.
You needed to be at the window before. Ready to fire on Max Homa. 14-1 to be the winner. Siwoo Kim at 16-1. Interesting that both of those guys shot 64 yesterday. The question, can you buck the trend that we see and have forever? That low round, can you back it up? Denny McCarthy. Shout out to the Hoyas of Georgetown Prep in the D.C. area, the pride of the DMV. Denny looking for a breakthrough. Tiro looking for a birdie, looking for anything positive.
Slow coming up from the back. We've seen that so often.
Let's see if Keegan Bradley can make the birdie at the 4th. It's an amazing tee shot to get the round started. There goes Keegan. Bouncing back after the bogey at 2. Now at 2 under. Back to 5.
See if Neiman can get that jump start.
Hitting a lot of quality shots. Has to take advantage of. There's a violent lip out.
Tee to green technically awfully good thus far, and it's just all pars. Still time, but need to do what this man is doing.
And now Jon Rahm at the 4th.
And a perfect win for him to hold a cut up against. It's in and from the right.
And he's done just that. But a club too long.
Just a bit of an illustration of Jon Rahm early on. Holes 1 through 3 in the first 2 rounds, 1 over each day. Today, 2 under. So completely different start for the Spaniard. Stay at the 4th. It'll be Victor Hovland next, John.
If you hit a normal 8, you're right at the pin, there's a chance. Yeah. But once again, if you're going to hit that shot,
it's just if there's enough hurt there,
yeah,
8's not getting there.
Yeah. I think he got the club. I really do. Bring 2 back and.
All right, deliberation and decision.
All because of a little bit of wind moving out there.
Well, it's picking up. It's going to be an interesting afternoon, Curtis. He likes to hit that hold cut against this wind, too.
Go.
Asking for it to go, it did not. Perhaps the decision in that.
Have you noticed that no matter what their native language is, they always talk to the golf ball in English?
Astute point from the great John McGinnis. A lot of discussion early on today.
The moment it is with the way that.
Yeah, another wind's just gone. You're going to keep it right to this pin.
You can't see those trees behind him, Curtis. They do pick up from time to time with a gust. You heard them speak about it.
Well, the flagstick's only 4 paces over deep bunker, so this is going to get tougher as the day progresses, as the wind picks up. But trying to pick the perfect club and hit the perfect shot. But the safer shot is to fly it to the hole and clear the bunker.
Tommy has not hit a good iron shot yet. Best one was a punch out.
And just a complete departure from how this course has been playing the first 2 days. Tommy Fleetwood.
Just like that.
Just goes over the pin and that'll settle.
Well, as that group continues its day, unfortunately ours has come to an end after doing about 20 some odd hours over the last couple of days. It feels like light lifting. Appreciate you being with us. Tune in tomorrow. Final round coverage from Quail Hollow beginning on ESPN Plus 8 Eastern, then at 10 on ESPN. Coverage continues from here over on CBS. Time now to send it to the NCAA Softball Regionals. So long for now from Charlotte, North Carolina.
It's the second major of the year in golf. Coming from Charlotte, North Carolina, the PGA Championship in full bloom, with Scottie Scheffler in pursuit of another major title. 2 times he's possessed the green jacket at the end of the day. And then there's Matt Fitzpatrick, United States Open champion 2022 at the Country Club. And big hitting, Bryson DeChambeau already has a major in the Tar Heel State, winning at Pinehurst last June, the second time the U.S. Open titleist. But then there are those looking for that Cinderella story who never won a major, like Jonathan Vegas from Venezuela, who has never really even contended in a major. At age 40, he's been the story the first 2 days with shots like this. Also in quest of that first ever major title is Max Homa. Yesterday, he blazed through this golf course with shots like this at the par 4 14th. On his way to 64, and nearly a memorable hole-in-one on a par 4. And France has an entrant into the chase, and that is Mathieu Pavon. Friday, he shot 65 to join the final grouping. And there have been shots like this that vaulted Siwoo Kim into the picture at the 252-yard par 3 6th. It's a gorgeous day, a gorgeous spring day in North Carolina. And the leaders, again, they're groups of 3. We've had to adjust today because of showers in the morning, rain. They're gone both tees now, groups of 3. Vegas, Fitzpatrick, and Pavon will be the last ones out inside of an hour to go. Meantime, we're underway for the 107th PGA on CBS. CBS Sports and the Professional Golfers Association of America so proud to present the 107th playing of the PGA Championship. And it comes to you from a battlefield that many are familiar with, a place that has hosted already not only the PGA Championship in 2017, but the President's Cup 3 years ago. Quail Hollow. It's lush, it's gorgeous, and it has as demanding a closing stretch here as you'll find anywhere on the globe. 16, 17, and 18. Pleased to be calling it from the Super Tower, just short of the 18th green, along with Trevor, Ian, and Frank, and Andrew. Donnie is going to be out there with that final grouping. Colt will be with Scottie Scheffler's group. Mark Immelman will be walking alongside Bryson and his trio. Amanda with the interviews. Brad Gregory will handle the rules. And just now, as we come on the air, Bryson, he had the 12:49 tee time. He's eyeing a birdie attempt at number 1.
Up and over the ridge, turning sharply to the left, fast. From 30 feet.
Here it comes. Bryson picks up a shot right out of the gates.
And that is his longest make of the week. What a start for Bryson.
DeChambeau, just like that, with one magnificent stroke, moves into the top 10. There are others on the course right now who are off to fast starts, including Jon Rahm. This at the 4th. He's already picked up 2 birdies through the first 3 holes. Well over at the 2nd hole.
This is Alex Noren from the very thick rough down the right side. 181, and what a shot for Alex Noren. Just his 2nd start of the year for Alex. What a way to start today. To 4.
Jon Rahm already owns 2 legs of the Grand Slam, having won at Augusta and the U.S. Open at Torrey Pines. This for par. He's in that group at 4 under. That includes now DeChambeau. Let's go to 14. Matt Wallace started his round at 10. Again, this is the par 4 with all kinds of action. We've got more already with Matt Wallace holding that bunker shot for an eagle.
And I think we'll see multiple eagles there today, playing just over 300 downhill, downwind. Everybody will be taking a cut at that green. This is a great stretch of holes here. 14 and 15 are your chances to make some hay and then hang on for that green mile.
Well, it's a leaderboard that right now doesn't have great representation as far as major championship conquest. You've got Fitzpatrick and Scheffler, Rahm and DeChambeau, but there are others who are looking for that career-defining moment this weekend in the Queen City of Charlotte. They go back out to the play at the second.
And he will just fire it straight over the corner here. Yesterday didn't quite make it, had trouble under the trees.
And he has a helping wind in, and that's torched. 192.
Oof. That is fast.
Take that.
That is perfect, Trevor. Look at that, way up there, just a flip.
There is our leader. He's led each of the first 2 days. He opened with a 7 under par, 64 on Thursday, and backed it up yesterday morning with 70. 4 times a winner on the PGA Tour, most recently in Minneapolis just last July. Now he lives in Houston by way of Venezuela. Very beloved golfer out here on the PGA Tour. Turned pro out of the University of Texas in 2008. His journey to this point, it's a remarkable one. We'll be telling you that throughout the day. Had a great visit this morning with John Fields, the superb golf coach at Texas who recruited him to Austin. His best ever finish, Trevor, in any major is 22nd. So this is unknown territory for him right now.
Yeah, it sure is. This is his 17th major start, but shots like this throughout the week. This was in round 1. He chipped in on 18 and then went on to shoot 30 on his next 9 for this opening 64.
Yeah, and I think he had 9 birdies on Thursday. And then on Friday, we just saw Wallace hole out from that bunker at 14. He pitched it over that same bunker to this point right here.
And that's just remarkable. So easy to let that come out with a bit too much heat and roll over the back.
Now, you talk about breaks. You're not going to believe this one. This was yesterday late at the 17th, and watch what happens here. It hits the rake and caroms onto the green.
My goodness, that could have gone anywhere. But if you want to win a championship of this magnitude, you're going to have a little things go your way throughout the course of the 4 days. And that's one of the best breaks I've seen right there.
He did finish yesterday with a double at 18, which is not unusual. Yesterday's hole location at 18 brought so many big numbers into play. Could not take the shine off of a round of 70 and the fact he had the 36-hole lead.
Yeah, and the last player to lead by multiple shots after each of the first 2 rounds at the PGA Championship, Raymond Floyd, 1982 at Southern Hills.
I remember it well. Raymond, who had a spectacular career record in the PGA Championship. He won it twice. Let's go back out to the play at 2.
And Alex Noren mentioned just his 2nd start of the year. This for birdie at the 2nd. Coming off hamstring injury, a tear.
Just incredible. After taking 4 months off, he had the hamstring, some neck, some glute issues. This is remarkable.
You see the name George Cobb. He was the original architect here. It was George Cobb who originally created the par 3 course at Augusta. And Arnold Palmer, very tied to the Harris family. The Harris family, this is their dream playground. And Arnold came in here and had his own special fingerprints and touches on this course. Tom Fazio had renovations. Scott Davenport's the great PGA head professional here, and Keith Wood and his team. They had to contend with Keith and his squad. They had 5 inches, nearly 5 inches of rain early in the week here. And look at it now. It's dried out. Conditions are just ideal.
Yeah, they've done a fantastic job dealing with all of that water that has fallen. The course is primed and pristine. The greens have held their firmness throughout with the help of the sub-air systems. And we are ready for a great weekend here.
We're going to go to the other side again using split tees. Colin Morikawa, his 3rd hole of the day.
Started at 10, made a birdie at the par 5, par at 11. This is just inside of 60 feet up and over that ridge.
This green is severe, Trevor. We're going to be seeing this all day. Big loopy putts coming in to that back left hole location.
Yeah, and that area of green where the hole is located, only about 9 or 10 paces long, so precision is needed into the 12th.
Well, again, we had a delay, and the delay actually extended to over 3 hours because once it got to a point where there was question going everyone off of 1 in pairings, could we finish at the end of the day? So they made a great adjustment here, I think, Trevor. They moved it to the first times out in the 11:40 area, 11:43, and groups of 3 off split tees. So we're going to have about a 7 o'clock Eastern time finish. Then you got that Green Mile challenge. And challenge, I put that word in parentheses. Remember it later, tuck it away. Scottie Scheffler, rounds of 69 and 68. Here's Randy Smith, been his instructor since he was under the age of 10. Here he is watching his man warm up, trying to pick up a 3rd career major and a 1st ever Wanamaker Trophy if he can win this weekend in Charlotte.
Welcome to Charlotte, the stock car racing capital of the world. A city that's usually known for speed. But this week, a new king will be crowned. As the Queen City plays host to a different competition with the best golfers in the world looking to conquer the Green Mile and reign supreme at Quail Hollow.
The greatest golfer in the world today.
No roaring engines here.
It's a good one.
No screeching tires either.
It's a really good one.
But I promise you this. At the PGA Championship, that heart rate gets going just the same. Every shot, every putt, every breath could determine which of these players will lift the Wanamaker Trophy come Sunday night.
He's the champion. Now listen, the applause won't stop.
So don't let the speed of this game fool you.
He's done it.
Because this chase could come down to the wire. And I can't wait.
All right, now it's so cool to hear from Richard Petty here at the PGA Championship in Charlotte, known as the King, who will prevail in the Queen City come tomorrow night. The NASCAR Hall of Fame is right here in downtown Charlotte. And of course, his career just legendary, nearly twice as many stock car racing wins as anyone else in the sport.
Fire up those engines.
Yes,
Let's
exactly.
go.
And then you hold on for dear life over the last 3 holes. Can you imagine that stretch come Sunday? The 70th, 71st, and 72nd holes as we go out to 2.
And the reigning US PGA senior champion. Oh, it's a good shot. Coming off bogey at the first, Richard Bland, but that was a good one, Mark.
He's like a marksman with an iron in hand.
He sure is. As we go over to 5.
And Victor Hovland's at 2 under par.
Birdie at 2, bogey at 4.
Just clears the bunker. 40-footer coming up for a birdie. Not a lot of great scoring opportunities usually through the first 6 holes, but when you drive it like this at 2, look out.
Yeah, just 85 yards left. He's 70 yards ahead of Bland. After a birdie at the first, good opportunity for Bryson here at the second. Little sweeping right to lefter for the 2-time US Open champion. Over to another major champion at 5.
And John Rahm in 2 under through his first 4 holes.
Just a short club in. A little more aggressive than Victor. No.
He'll be disappointed with that.
He sure will. Obviously protecting from going long, but maybe expecting a slightly bigger hop.
Over at 12, we saw Morikawa's first putt from long distance. 3 putts, not a shock from front of that green. He's trying to process it. Well, Trevor, some notables missed the cut. Jordan came here again in pursuit of the career slam, missed it by 1. Cut came at +1.
Yeah, 74 players ended up making it. Hideki, one of those casualties.
He had that streak going of so many consecutive cuts made in major championship golf. 19, he had the active mark. That comes to an end. And then there's JT, who won the PGA here in 2017 and was in great form coming into the week.
Yeah, especially after playing well last week. He was a lot of people's favorite. Brooks had a lot of struggles out there.
Koepka well wide of the mark. See on the course right now we have Morikawa and Rahm, Hovland and Scott, but there are other notables that missed it here. Ludwig Åberg is just again, you've got the strongest field of the year in golf with 99 of the top 100 players. There's going to, at the end, there are going to be victims. Back to 2.
Just outside 10 feet for Bryson, right to left and slippery.
In the hole.
Not far off there from a birdie start.
That looked so good down the hill.
He thought he had that for a long time.
Won at Pinehurst last year in the US Open Championship. And he had a PGA Championship here in Charlotte, another North Carolina city. Was runner-up last year at 3.
Hits Satsuni. Has to carry the false front at the 3rd.
Strike sounded pretty clean, Frank.
68-71 his first 2 rounds here at Quail Hollow. It's hit some nice putt. All locations a little fairer today, probably given the forecast later in the day. Go to 5.
Rahm, birdie putt.
See how the speed is from long range.
He had the line.
Pretty good.
Over to 4.
And Tony Finau playing with Ben Griffin and Eric Cole today. Eric Cole made a hole-in-one at this hole on Thursday. And Finau not too bad either. Beautiful shot for Tony, who has a short putt for birdie coming up. Back to 2.
Can Bland bounce back with a birdie here at 2? Kind of like Bryson's just sort of duck away there to that left side. Also US Open Senior Champion. So he's PGA and Open Senior Champion. Great year. Hovland at 5.
For birdie.
Not a very good read.
As the late starters go through their final preps. Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear, the best seat in the house since 1925. Happy 100th to the Goodyear blend. Well, Rory will be starting off at number 10. A lot of people expect he's going to go low today. 138 tee time coming up for McIlroy, who gave away a couple of shots over the last 2 holes yesterday. The Masters champion, what will he do on moving day in Charlotte? CBS Sports presents the official partners of the 107th PGA Championship. T-Mobile for Business, exclusive 5G solutions partner. Corebridge Financial, helping more people take action in their financial lives. And by Chase Sapphire, upgrade your travel and dining experiences. Tracing this hour is brought to you by Top Tracer. We're at the 6th hole with Rahm. Today it's playing up some 30 yards in front of yesterday. 221's the number for Rahm.
Right over it and over the whole lot.
To 3.
Bryson, that bunker at 320 has not been in play the first 2 days for Bryson. So he mailed it.
Oh, Frank, that wasn't the picture he had in his mind.
I don't think that's a picture anybody had.
It just looked like his feet gave way on the way down there, Frank.
It's nearly left to the 4th green.
I mean, his footwork is generally active, but kind of looked like it moved around more than usual.
Now up ahead, Rio Hitsatsuni, his best finish. PGA Tour actually came at Greensboro last year, tied for 3rd.
Just 22 years old. A ton of potential from this young man.
Actually, it's a very global leaderboard when you look at it right now. To the 4th, Andrew.
And you saw the tee shot for Finau, and now this putt for birdie. To 3 under par. And a nice hand from fans here in Charlotte who have been turned out all week long. Great crowds here. As we take you to the other par 3 on the front side, the 6th, and here's Victor Hovland on the tee. Did see a hole-in-one here yesterday, late in the afternoon. Siwoo Kim. And you can see Hovland. A safe shot to the center of the green here at the par 3. Now up ahead at the 10th, here's Tom Kim. Just off the green for par. Started on the 10th hole. That's a good start. Saves par at the par 5.
Okay, Rory making his way over to the practice putting area. And past the golf shop of Scott Davenport and crew. Staging area for every round here for the membership. Rory with his career slam complete a month ago. A total of 5 in all, beginning at Congressional in 2011, then at Kiowa. The Ocean Course at Kiowa Island in 2012, and on to Valhalla in 14 after winning the Open. Royal Liverpool just before that, and of course Augusta this year. One of the most amazing stories to ever document, and the world was watching on the edge of their seats. At the 12th, it's Harris English.
Started with a couple pars. Can he land it on and keep it on? Oh, yeah. So far today, the greens just seem a touch more receptive than what they did yesterday afternoon. Maybe that little sprinkle, about a ½ inch of rain fell this morning. It just softened them up for now.
Jonathan Vegas again going off at 155 in what will be an all international grouping with Fitzpatrick and Pavon. Here are the groupings that we're going to be training our cameras on here shortly. You got Siwoo and Max. Max a winner on these grounds in 2019, and Scottie. And then there they are. Venezuela, France, and England all represented in the final grouping. What are you expecting from Scottie Scheffler today? It doesn't look like he's played like super great his A game, but here he is. This is how good he is, a testament to that. 69-68. Starts the day tied for 5th.
Yeah, isn't that incredible? Everybody's saying he hasn't got his best stuff, but he shoots back-to-back rounds in the 60s. I'm expecting another good round.